former Utica Unicorn Randy Dobnak going tonight. By the way, they have an interesting piece that could be traded, and I just keep your eye on it, and it depends on what happens here with Baez. But Lane Thomas, right-handed hitter, good fielder, decent OPS player, is a guy who could be available at the trade deadline. Player I'm going to keep my eye on in these 4 games here that might make some sense in Detroit. So that would sort of be a secondary move on the margins. But, they do like guys who can play a role. They seem to have a team filled with some stars and some role players.
Yeah, I'd like to either make a splash and get a bat that really makes this lineup better. Mm-hmm. In addition, obviously getting bullpen help. I don't want to do margins. I don't want to find somebody just he's a slightly above 700 OPS guy.
And I actually think I have to go look at Lane Thomas's OPS. But let's see here. I read his name in a list of potential available players. And again, his 746 OPS, 9 homers, 36 RBIs. He, again, is good in the field. He's got a good arm. I think he can play all outfield positions. But anyway.
Yeah, and he's hitting left-handed pitching pretty well. 267, 785 OPS against lefties.
Right-handed bat. So. Yep. All right, so last night in the broadcast, I kind of think that the crowd that wants to move Skubal will probably like this. Now, Buster Olney on the ESPN broadcast was asked about what he thinks the Tigers first he was asked about the general manager, Scott Harris. Said he hasn't made up his mind yet. I think if you are in favor of them trading Tarik Skubal, hearing that Scott Harris isn't going to chase a dream, that the team really has to justify it, should make you feel a little better.
I would agree with that, and I think anybody that's expecting a trade to happen in the next day or two, I don't think that's wise. I think this is somebody that's going to take all the way up to the trade deadline before they make their decision on are they going to do this or are they going to do that. And, the likelihood is that they will sell and not do my plan, which is buy and sell. I would sell Skubal and buy other players. But I think the likelihood of what this is going to be is that they will end up selling Skubal, selling Torres, maybe Flaherty if there's a market for that. I don't think that they'll sell Mize. I think that they want to, plus Casey Mize is been, up and down a little bit like a yo-yo this year with various ailments that keep him out. Hopefully he's not out for his next start. It doesn't sound like he's going to be out for his next start, but it's another thing that just, if I were another team, I probably wouldn't be banking on, him staying healthy the rest of the season.
All right, next up, Buster Olney says the Tigers have 3 options. I don't know. We needed all that. Anyway, I like hearing, it sounds like a lot of people are talking to Baseball Insiders about the Tigers. Like everybody in the league.
Well, everyone wants to figure out Skubal.
Yeah. Yep.
And I think the reality is that you're not finding out a whole lot because I don't think the Tigers they may be listening to calls right now, but they're going to say, yeah, we're not ready to make a decision yet. Mm-hmm. And Scott Harris isn't going to leak out what he wants to do anyway. So this is something that's going right up into August.
Eduardo Perez on the same broadcast talking about the Tigers, taking a look at the big picture. Did he omit Casey Mize intentionally? Or
I don't think so.
No.
I think he just
didn't mention a Casey Mize.
didn't
Also
mention Casey Mize.
All right, so our Twitter poll continues. People can vote and comment. Will they make the playoffs or miss the playoffs? Make the playoffs at 32.3%. Miss the playoffs 67.7%. We said we'd read some replies on the air, and you can comment on your, give the reason behind your answer. Johnny says, yes, I think they go 6-1 on the homestand, which propels them further into the wild card discussion. I think the trade deadline is underwhelming. Very small ads around the perimeter, like last year under Harris. Ultimately, the asking price for Skubal rental doesn't get him moved. So the asking price, according to that story yesterday from Ken Rosenthal, for those who missed it, is a controllable starting pitcher. And we listed some names that would make some sense for Detroit from contending teams. Controllable starting pitcher and prospects. The names from contending teams that interested us, Logan Henderson from the Milwaukee Brewers was one, and he's a young arm that's been hurt but has made his major league debut, former top prospect, and J.R. Ritchie, who was a number 79 prospect in baseball, who is in his rookie season with the Braves. But so Braves and Milwaukee had the two starting pitchers that were most appealing of the list given by Ken Rosenthal.
Yeah, but prospect-wise, it's the Dodgers.
Dude,
it's
they're
insane.
just loaded.
Every few days, there's a new list of top prospects in baseball and by organization. And I saw one that Keith Law had this morning, where the top 70 prospects in baseball. And I didn't count the total of Dodger players, but it felt like every other player was a Dodger, and they were all outfielders. Mm-hmm. There's like 5 outfielders in the top 70 prospects in all of baseball that are Dodgers, let alone a first baseman and a pitcher. I think they had at least 7 of the top 70.
Yeah, and Jim Bowden today in The Athletic wrote like 10,000 words on every team in Major League Baseball's interest in Tarik Skubal. And it was interesting to get quotes from people around the league. The story, like when he was setting up the story, and one NL executive saying, "I think they hold him." Another NL executive saying, "How could you not trade him?" He's got a list of teams. I know, right?
Well,
it sounds like our talk show.
Exactly. So there's no right answer necessarily. I mean, it's whatever's right for you and what you feel.
In the list of playoff contenders but not likely happening, which included Boston, Chicago, Pittsburgh, Miami, Cleveland, Texas, Seattle, Houston, Minnesota, St. Louis, Arizona, Baltimore, and Washington. Boy, that's a lot of teams. One National League executive said, "You're not risking the farm for one player like Skubal unless you're really, really good." The Padres, this was interesting. They had their own tier. Tier 6 was a league of their own. And it's because of A.J. Preller. The GM is just kind of unpredictable.
Because he always does big things.
And the story said, as long as Preller is in, don't count him out. The Padres are a long shot for Skubal, but scouts and executives believe Preller would love to somehow snatch him. Regarding the Brewers.
Wow.
The Brewers have the pieces to pull off a deal for Skubal. I do wonder whether this is a little bit different. One NL executive said about them going against their history and making a move like this.
Well, their history shows they've done it with CC Sabathia.
Yeah. Recent history, I guess. The story says their recent history does not indicate they would part with the necessary prospects for Skubal.
Would they if the Tigers were to pick up part of the $11 million?
I think they might. Tier 3 is the teams that he fits on paper: Atlanta, New York, and Philly. Of Philly, an NL executive said, "I don't put anything past Dombrowski. He will be in it. I don't know if he has the chips, but I don't put it past him, especially with the age that team is in. With 2027's uncertainty looming, at some point we know that group is going to age out, though it hasn't happened yet, to their credit."
Well, he does. He's not afraid to make a big trade, that's for sure.
Of the Tampa Rays, who are in tier 2 of the most likely team as everyone's favorite dark horse, Bowden writes, if Skubal becomes available, the industry experts expects the Rays to get aggressive. An AL executive said they have the system to do it. And tier one, the industry favorite to land Skubal, the Dodgers. One AL executive said, I assume the Dodgers will land him. Another one said, the Dodgers are always lurking. So,
well, and the reason the Dodgers even more of a potential threat here is because they decided to shut down Shohei Ohtani as a pitcher for a while.
I think for the year, really.
Well, it
It'd
might
be stupid
be
to bring him back early, right?
I would tend to agree with that, but now that if you've made the decision you're going to shut him down, now you have a rotation spot open. Why not replace Shohei Ohtani with effectively Shohei Ohtani?
Exactly. All right, straight ahead, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, you've turned us. You've turned. That's not what you've heard us. You've heard us talk about how great Shana Roofing is for a while now, but don't just take my word for it. I know you'd like to, and I think I give a pretty fair response to you here. But here's what actual people that have had Shana do work on their house have had to say. It's amazing. These testimonials just keep coming in. What a great team of workers and a wonderful company. We were extremely pleased with the beautiful results. The employees were friendly and very respectful of our property. They worked diligently throughout the day, only taking a break for lunch. And although the job was a messy one, when they left, there was not one scrap, tile, or piece of trash left on our property. A job well done. I would recommend Shana Roofing for any and all your roofing needs. This is what people are saying. They've got over 30 years of trusted service, a proven track record serving Michigan homeowners. It's a 4.9-star Google rating. That's amazing. Peace of mind. How about this? Every roof installation, it comes with lifetime transferable warranty. This means if you sell your house, one of the big selling points is whoever takes it over has this lifetime transferable warranty, knowing that the roof is in good hands. It's going to help you sell the home. But more importantly, it's going to give you peace of mind while you're in the home. Get your quote today from Shana Roofing. Visit mymichiganroof.com. Remember the name, Shana Roofing, windows and siding. It's the name Michigan trusts. Go to mymichiganroof.com.
From one Hanupa on Twitter, people think the Tigers are surging right now, but yet they're not gaining enough ground because the teams in front of them are winning too. The front office holding on to Skubal in hopes of another historic run is just straight up negligent. Just do what's best for the future.
Well, you know what they get to do? They get to play those teams that are ahead of them. And that'll be the real test. Unfortunately, those games are going to happen after the trade deadline.
Yeah, there's still work to be done to more justify
yeah, but if you're thinking they
but
can't possibly do it, I mean, get past the hump that is Cleveland and the White Sox. I mean, they've got 4 games coming up against Cleveland in the beginning of September. They also play them right after. Actually, no, they play them right after the trade deadline, August 11th through the 13th.
They play Cleveland.
They play
Who
Cleveland.
They are 0-6 against this year.
Yeah. Well, start playing better. They got 3 games. They've got Cleveland with 3 games and then the White Sox for 3 games. All that is in middle of August.
By the way, a little subtlety, and it might seem obvious, but we didn't mention it. When Framber Valdez absolutely imploded 2 nights ago, thank God they called up Ty Madden that day.
I 100%. I was like
that's a subtle and maybe obvious move, but they did it because Flaherty had to go on a short injured.
I was watching the game and thinking to myself, who the hell is going to come in and pitch? Because Montero, they have slated to start. What are they going to do? I mean, what's happening? And then, yes, Ty Madden comes in. I'm like, well, when was Ty Madden brought up? And then go back and come to find it because Jack Flaherty was placed in the IL.
Yep. That was that saved bullpen arms to be available last night. So,
well, so did Zach McKinstry and Jake Rogers having to pitch in the 7th and 8th inning. Yeah.
Sure.
The great Jake Rogers.
Yeah, don't get it wrong. From Mike P., I just don't see them being able to leapfrog enough teams already ahead of them. From Jay-Z, it's not just their... I already read that one. From Jason, if they're buyers at the deadline and bring 2 offensive players, they will make the playoffs. If they sit tight with the players they have or only add rotational players, they will fall short.
I tend to agree with that.
From Nappy Cooter, according to the Gospel of Matthew, Mark, and Luke, it's easier for a camel to walk through the eye of a needle than for the Tigers to make the playoffs. From Jason, unfortunately, no, too many teams ahead of them that they need to clear that are playing well. Only way to change my mind is the upcoming 2 series against the White Sox and Guardians in August. Win those and reevaluate. From J Dubs, did you guys not hear that the Tigers buy their comp pick for Skubal will be a 4th-round pick because of luxury tax? Yes, we have, and we've talked about it. They also will likely, and it could be, they'd have to shed some other salary and get below the luxury tax threshold. But yes, it very well could be that they have spent too much money. Imagine that. The Tigers have spent, quote, too much money, which would put them over the luxury tax, which could change the Skubal compensation if they lose him as a free agent from a 1st-round pick to a 4th-round pick. Interestingly, they might get a 1st-round compensatory pick if the guy they called up and left up all year wins Rookie of the Year and Kevin McGonigal.
That's correct.
Yeah. So, yes, J-Dubs, we have heard that.
Which would be another reason, I guess, to say this is why you trade them.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Time for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? As we bring up new menu items, things that are available. See if Gator would sample them or not.
Last time we did this, it was a little weird.
Yeah, I liked more than you did. That almost never happens. All right, Gator. We start local. It is back. Mountain Moo is back, according to M Live, at the Dairy Whip in Redford. Mountain Moo,
Whip.
a Mountain Dew-inspired soft serve, returns today for 1 week only. It's a summer tradition at Dairy Whip. A vegan soft serve flavor available only today through Sunday. Mountain Moo, inspired by Mountain Dew. You can have it straight up, or many customers swirl it with vanilla. Gator, you interested in a Mountain Dew flavored ice cream, Mountain Moo, at Dairy Whip?
I mean, I'm not going to go out of my way to go get it. However, I would try it. Yeah, I'm curious. I always like Mountain Dew. I like the idea of swirling with the vanilla. Sure, that sounds good. I'd try it.
Kang, you?
I am a Mountain Dew loyalist, so I will try whatever they put out, basically. Even if it sounds disgusting, I'm like, man, I'm a Mountain Dew guy. What can I do?
Yeah, I
Do the
What
Dew.
to do,
I
right?
do the Dew.
Yeah.
I pass on this.
Really?
Yeah, no, you.
Oh, but it's vegan
Yeah, nice little. I'm
call,
not vegan.
Gator.
I'm not vegan.
with a side of protein.
This protein Mountain Moo. Now we're talking. The Minnesota State Fair. Oh, state fairs.
Minnesota State Fair is the one, though. When you talk about crazy food items,
Is
Minnesota State Fair is the one that
Is it?
started it all. Yeah,
It's not Wisconsin, it's Minnesota.
I believe
I
it's
thought
Minnesota.
it was Iowa was crazy. But, from Dual Citizen Brewing, 5% ABV, a beer called Old Ranch Hand. It is a ranch dressing flavored cream ale, blended smooth malt with hints of buttermilk, herbs, and spices, served with ranch salt rim.
Nope.
Gator, the Old Ranch Hand. Are you going to eat that?
No, absolutely not. We're dealing with lettuce diarrhea right now. I don't want the ranch hand diarrhea because that's what that sounds like. That sounds like immediate exit. Just straight through.
Leave the stage now.
Yeah, like
It's-
you want your colonoscopy prep? Try this. That's what it sounds like to me.
All right, so that's a no. Kang, you?
All right, I'm out as well. But I want you to offer this up to all these Europeans that apparently love our ranch so much. See how much you really like ranch. Try this, buddy.
Yeah, they went crazy over ranch here for the World Cup. Yeah, I'll pass on this as well.
Oh, you're gonna pass.
Yeah. Next up, the mini moon pies. You familiar with the mini moon pies?
I'm familiar with the moon pies.
Yeah,
the
but these
chocolate
are-
with the marshmallow and graham cracker.
These are mini versions that are now available at Walmart. Peach Cobbler Mini Moon Pies features the classic moon pie's fluffy marshmallow filling with graham cracker cookie, except they're covered with a sweet peach flavored coating. Combination of peach and graham crackers is meant to mimic the flavors of peach cobbler. The Peach Cobbler Mini Moon Pie, Gator. Are you going to eat that?
Two reasons why it's a hard no. First is I don't really love the moon pie to begin with. I don't like marshmallows, so that's a kind of a non-starter. And the second is the same reason you're going to say no. Peach flavoring.
Yeah, I had a peach schnapps incident years ago. Sorry, Kang.
Everybody's had a peach schnapps.
So I'm no on everything peach flavored. Kang, you?
I tried. I like moon pies. I like marshmallow, unlike you. And I never had a peach snap situation, so I can try this for all of us.
All right, there you go.
Report back. Matthew McConaughey and his wife Camila, I guess, have a tequila brand, and they're in a collaboration with a Tipsy Scoop ice cream, as they are putting out a limited edition Pantalones Peaches and Cream Margarita ice cream.
Pantalones?
That's the name of their organic tequila.
Pants?
Yeah.
Okay.
Limited edition Pantalones Peaches and Cream Margarita ice cream infused with Pantalones original Reposado tequila and a hint of lime. The fresh peach ice cream captures the essence of a perfectly crafted peach margarita in one scoop. Gator, the peach tequila peach flavored ice cream from Matthew McConaughey. Are you going to eat that?
I want to, but again, it's peach, and I don't love peach, but tequila, would that offset it? And it's McConaughey, and I like McConaughey.
Mm-hmm.
You know what, Doug? All right, all right, all right.
Wow, that peach thing went away real quick.
Okay, it's McConaughey.
It's tequila.
And tequila.
I'm
Tequila kill that.
all right as well. I already told you I don't have a problem with peach, and this sounds delicious, man.
It sounds like something I like to
Maybe
try.
have a few of these, and the pantalones may come off.
Wow.
Yeah. See?
I really wish it wasn't peach. I really wish it wasn't peach.
Well,
Like if
Gator
it's-
just turned. What about you?
Yeah, no, I'm not going to. I got a policy and I'm sticking to it. Finally, from the Minnesota State Fair. Do you like cookies?
I love cookies.
Do you like white chocolate chip cookies?
Not my favorite, but I'll eat them.
Okay. Do you like a dill pickle white chocolate chip cookie? It's available at the Minnesota State Fair.
No, absolutely not. Why? Why ruin it? Why start with cookie? Okay, then you get me down the road where it's white chocolate chip. I don't love it, but I'll try it. Sure, it's a cookie. Here we go. And dill pick. No. when we were driving to Wisconsin last weekend, we came out, we pulled off to use the restroom and get some gas. And my brother says, "Did you see what they had inside there?" I said, "No." He said, "They had pickle balls." I'm like, "What do you mean?" It was like the Vlasic pickle balls. And I think it was a crunchy treat. But I said, "Absolutely not." He goes, "You want to go get it?" "No, I don't want any of this." Why are we in a pickle craze now?
I don't know. Kang, you want the dill pickle white chocolate chip cookie at the Minnesota State Fair?
This could be a really rough reaction.
I'm out. And yeah, I agree with you, Gator. I don't know what is up with this pickle craze. It doesn't appeal to me. Obviously, I don't like pickles. For those that don't know, so I'm not gonna try this. But does it have anything to do with the popularity of pickleball at all? Like, is that why this is?
Can't imagine.
Oh, storks. We like storks. Is that it? 'Cause the Vlasic pickle logo is a stork.
Yes, Gator. Storks have become all the rage.
You know how I feel about birds, so I'm out on that
Right,
for sure.
no birds and no
Double.
pickles.
Yeah, double whammy.
Yeah, that's 3 for 3.
Doug?
We're all out on that. Not a chance. So there it is. That concludes another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
I did purchase a bag of Doritos recently that was hot honey pizza flavored Doritos.
Oh. And?
Let me tell you something. Good amount of spice, and it definitely has a pizza aftertaste to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
thumbs up? All right.
Thumbs up.
Dude, I love hot honey, man. That's my thing right now.
It's
Is that your
something
jam?
else.
Yeah.
That's grown in popularity.
Oh yeah.
Hey, there's a moment when a home stops becoming a someday and starts being a plan. University of Michigan Credit Union can help you get there today. If you're ready to buy a new home or refinance your current mortgage from another lender, UMCU should be your next phone call. Make your move by the end of August, and you'll save $750 on closing costs, plus enjoy flexible fixed rates, free pre-approval, and no application fee. Seriously, let's get you into that dream home today. Visit umcu.org, insured by NCUA. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Does it feel like Cater Montero is treated like Osgood, if you can see where I'm coming from? Does great things, but we don't seem to appreciate him. That's from an unnamed texter.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yep. I mean, think about it today, okay? Last year, they got the 5-game series. 2 years ago, they had the whole pitching chaos thing when they were in the postseason. But last year, when they got in the 5-game series, they used 4 pitchers, 4 starting pitchers. And I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but who would be the 4 this year?
If they use 4 starting
If
pitchers.
they use 4 if they get to the postseason and go with 4 starters.
Assuming they hang on to Skubal and hang on to Mize.
Yeah.
You have Skubal, Mize, Melton, and I would think it's Valdez, but if Valdez hasn't pitched well, if he continues to not pitch well, it's got to be Montero would be the 4th.
I mean, they would love Valdez to pitch well enough that they could use Montero out of the pen, right? And yet, I'm going to guess a whole bunch of people are screaming because it's, what did you last see? What we last saw was Valdez be brutally bad and Montero looked great. But I would guess they would lean towards Framber, given his experience, and try and have Montero come out of the pen. But, this guy has been really, really good for them. And at no point, we opened the show talking about this, at no point did Cater Montero come up through the system and have people creating any kind of buzz or talking about him. And he's having one hell of a year for this team.
I think it's interesting because you got the 2 pitchers in the last 2 games, and they're so different with Montero and Valdez. Valdez, as we've seen this year, he can be fantastic. He can be outstanding. But unfortunately, he's got way more Jekyll and Hyde in him than we thought he was going to have. Mm-hmm. And there are too many outings like he had the other night where he just self-destructs. And with him, it almost seems like it's a mental thing. Like if you get to him, you can start to see it unravel, and then just the wheels come off and it's over with. Montero is like the opposite. He seems to rally around, I just gave up a run. I'm going to clamp it down. I got it, which is what he did last night. Solo home run the first inning and then goes the next 5 innings of shutout baseball. And fortunately, so did the bullpen. They went out and pitched the last 3 1/3 of shutout baseball. It's remarkable how he is really transformed into this really, really good pitcher. The earned run average is great at 3.14. His whip is spectacular at 0.96 this year. And he's doing this while not being this, big time strikeout pitcher. I mean, he gets his fair share of strikeouts, but he's got 78 and 106 innings. That's not strikeout per inning stuff. It's, it's good, not great, but he doesn't walk batters. And he is perhaps more, not prototypical, but he's more along the lines of what Scott Harris wants from his pitching staff, guys that just throw strikes. Mm-hmm. And if he strikes you out, great, but more often than not, he's letting you put the ball in play, let the defense do the work. When they mentioned the defensive numbers and the metrics for the Cubs last night, and they're speaking glowingly of Pete Crow Armstrong and Dansby Swanson and what they are up the middle, and talking about as a team where they rank defensively and all this. Keep in mind, this is where one of the places Scott Harris learned from was the Cubs. So I think you could look at that to a point, look at the Cubs and see there's a little bit of a model there of what you want the Tigers to be in some respects. And defensively, that's exactly what they want to be, and partially with the pitching too. They, don't try not to give up walks, and Montero doesn't do that. I love it.
Yeah, and boy, was he good last night. And we talked about him, and we talked about Howie Lee and what he did. You know what we haven't talked about today? Spencer Torkelson hit another home run last night.
19 on the year.
And I think he's a player that is either polarizing, or many people have simply just grown tired of the lack of batting average, strikeouts, inability to produce with the bases loaded, which is a weird statistical anomalation, it seems to me. I can't imagine that when Torque comes up with the bases loaded, like it's any different than he comes up with runners at second and third. Like it's, his power stroke is back. Feels like sometimes people will I don't know if pick on him, but
He's got more extra base hits, or he's got the same number of extra base hits as Riley Green.
Does he?
Yeah, he's got 37, 19 homers, 18 doubles. Dylan Dingler has more extra base hits, but not by much. Dylan Dingler has 43 extra base hits. Torque has 37. So he does catch a lot of flack, and there's reason for it. He strikes out way too much, and it's alarming how much he strikes out. He's got 128 strikeouts already this year.
Mm-hmm.
But he is one of these guys that is 100% the OPS model. He's going to run into pitches, and he's going to drive them. He's going to find the alleys and get doubles and hit home runs. And that's why he's still here. A 730 OPS isn't great, but it's better than average. And the number has to creep up if he's going to be a Tiger, 5 years from now. But he absolutely has the home run power. 2 years already where he's got 30 home runs. Looks like he's on pace to get close to that this year. I mean, he's necessary right now.
Well, and it kind of is what he is. And for a while there, he wasn't what he is. And by that, he wasn't hitting home runs.
No, he was a little lost. Yeah.
And if, I'm not trying to, size him up for a gold plaque in Cooperstown or anything like that. I just think what he is going to be, if as long as he's providing a power stroke, you can try and build the rest of the team around him. But and people say, oh, he's a bust or he's overrated for a guy drafted where he was. Whatever. Can he help this team in any way win? And at some point, there's going to be other guys in the system that can play first base. Whether it be Lorenzo or Briseño or somebody of that ilk that might be a replacement for him long term, but as it stands right now, at least he's got the power stroke back.
Yeah, a little bit. For the month, he's not hitting in the month, and his numbers are down for the month. But all it takes is one game where you go 2 for 4 with a double and a homer, and everybody's talking about you again.
Yep. Dan in Madison Heights writes in, will not make the playoffs. No bullpen. Our bench and starters are full of 180 to 200 hitters. Defense is very questionable.
Well, the bench is full of those. I don't know if you'd say the starting lineup is necessarily full of those guys.
It feels like every game there's one or two of those guys that feel like auto outs. And
is that a bunch?
Well, no, I think he's over exaggerated a little bit. But last night it was McKinstry and Outman that aren't hitting. Carpenter got a hit, which was nice to see because he's been struggling.
Yeah. McKinstry, Outman, and Veerling are the weaker links on this team when it comes to and Rogers too, to batting. But Jake had, the great weekend when Dingler hurt his thumb going into the All-Star break and, kind of restores some hope in there and then you realize he's the backup catcher. So you're not asking him to go out there and start and do those things. So they do need to address, I think, the bottom parts of this roster, the bench on this roster, and maybe perhaps a position or two in the everyday lineup, whether it's done through the trade deadline this year or if they wait till next year in the offseason.
Well, somebody's going to get siphoned off when Baez is back, right?
Yeah, I imagine it's Outman. I mean, that's the easy one. And that's a quick fix. But meanwhile, guys at Toledo are still knocking on the door. Max Anderson is not like he's gone downhill.
He went 1 for 4 last night, Gator.
You saw him live.
I did.
Max Clark has got an
he went
OPS
0 for 4 last night.
But his OPS is like 760, and he plays really good in center field.
Well, I'm not judging him on one game.
Of course you're not.
All right, we'll get to your phone calls and feedback next. We got some line stuff we'll mix in next hour. It's Carson Anderson here on this Thursday. Tigers come home to take on Kansas City tonight, riding a little bit of a streak here, coming off back-to-back series wins. 97-1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. Patrick Kane has signed a 2-year, $16 million deal with the Chicago Blackhawks, leaving Detroit and returning to the place he called home for the first 16 years of his career. Kane and the Blackhawks will be in Detroit on October 29th for their first regular season meeting against the Wings. Tigers taking on the Royals tonight to kick off a 7-game homestand. First pitch is at 6:40 tonight here on 97.1. Jesse Rogers said today the team thinks it can still win the AL Central despite trailing by 6.5 games right now. He also said they will wait until the last possible moment to make a decision on whether or not to trade Tarek Skubal at the deadline. The trade deadline is set for 6 p.m. on Monday. The WNBA is in the news today for a number of reasons, one of which is its apparent failure to invite two-time three-point champion Sabrina Ionescu to this year's three-point contest. Ionescu was called out on social media for not accepting an invite to the contest earlier this week. She responded with this. Then the Dan Patrick Show said it spoke to a source with knowledge of the WNBA All-Star process that said, quote, Sabrina Ionescu was invited in the exact same way she had been in the past, unquote. The contest takes place tomorrow at 8 o'clock in Chicago. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, hopefully, if you got time here to log on to Twitch or YouTube, we're going to continue some of the fun we've had with our amazement that our guy Cater Montero, who pitched last night for the Tigers, is listed at 145 pounds, the lightest player in Major League Baseball. And that has taken over our program unbelievably, actually very believably. And we have Update Kid Shabath now standing up in studio. So you got time to go on to Twitch and YouTube, and we want you to spin around here, Brendan, a little bit. We'll take a look at what this kid's made of and try and figure out about how much we think he weighs.
Is this another? Are you 6'3"? 6'4". 6'4".
Oh, 6'4".
Oh, add another inch there. There we go. Doug's taking offense.
Yeah.
No, I don't think you are.
Yeah, you guys are I think they're pretty even, Gator. It's not bad.
I'd have to stand up and see it close. It looked like. Oh,
No,
I can see it. Yeah, they look
about
on
the same.
TV
Yeah.
or on the video. They look.
Doug, you're about
similar.
the same height, both
Okay.
guys. Right.
All right, so what do we got here with Shabath? What do you think he is?
Okay. Based on
Corbin.
Based
too.
on Corbin
Yeah.
being right around between 160 and 170, he says.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think two cuts is a little heavier, but not by much. I'm gonna go 178.
Okay, I was going to go 175.
All right, well, I'll take 176 and a half.
Okay, and Shabath, you want to come have now? First of all, you're reasonably athletic. You appear to be reasonably athletic.
He's a golfer.
That. Yeah.
Do you hit the weight room ever?
You know, having started this job in October and going through a whole move, it's been a while.
Yep.
I was on a pretty consistent schedule back when I was down in Georgia. Trying to get back on it this summer. It's been a busy summer, but not recently, which has led to, what did you give a number?
I said 175.
Okay, you're both a little low, but you would have been right about 6 months ago when I started this job. I think I've gained probably 15 pounds since I moved
You're at
home.
190?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Well, last time I checked, between 185 and 190.
Okay, I'm just looking down here at Twitch. A lot of people on here.
Did anyone say wood?
No, nobody said wood. Corbin, somebody put wood, WOULD, like I would, but no. That was pretty funny.
Wow. Kitek says Brendan, he's a fatty, 220.
Wow.
That's how I feel the last couple months.
2 cuts, more like 220.
Yeah, people at 172, 181, 170, 183, but nobody said 190.
Yeah, well, all right. Thank you for playing along.
Of course. Appreciate you guys.
Do you think we can get Mike to do this?
For money?
Yeah. Just like Montero's 145.
No, you don't think he'll do it?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Mike's in good shape, though. He works out.
Yeah. I was saying we could ask him. All right. Let's get back to the people. 248-539-9797. Indeed, maybe the most stunning thing out of Montero's performance last night is the realization that he's still listed at 145 pounds everywhere. I say still, he's just listed as. Tell me that man looks like he's 145.
I can't do that, Doug.
Let's go to Rob on a cellular on 97.1. Hi, Rob.
I'm sorry, Doug.
Hey, how you doing?
What's
All right,
up?
Rob.
Hey, listen, Tarek Skubal. I hear everyone saying, they need to trade him. Why doesn't Detroit sign him? I mean, this guy is gold. I tell you what, they trade him, they will break that locker room. He's liked by them players. And the Illiches, I mean, they have a lot of money. I don't understand why they wouldn't sign him.
How much money would you sign him for?
Well, whatever the average price is going for.
The average price? Well, he's not
he's gonna
average.
set
He's going
the
to set
market.
the market. So what do you want to pay?
Look, it takes money to make money.
Uh-huh.
And if they let this guy go, they would be foolish.
Okay.
They
So
should learn their lesson from Scherzer and Verlander.
Well, do you know he's a free agent and he signed a power agent who is always going to go back to the Dodgers and the Yankees and Chicago and the Red Sox and ask for $1 more and probably get it. Like they're going to get in a bidding war against the teams that do have more money than them. And that's why the belief is Boris doesn't give discounts, and it seems highly unlikely that he would ever sign here when those teams can offer and probably will offer more.
Then we need to outbid him. We cannot let him
how
go.
high?
Detroit has
Paul,
a
you
lot
haven't
of
answered a
money.
question. How are you willing to go $50 million a year? 55?
Sure.
60?
Absolutely.
For 10 years?
Sure. I'd give them probably around 5 or 6 year deal.
Yeah,
A lot of it guaranteed.
yeah.
But they cannot let him go. They would
Okay.
be foolish. We're building something pretty good here in Detroit.
When you get-
51. They want.
You're 51? I wouldn't have guessed
I'm
that.
51. The last time they won a World Series, I was 9.
Well, look, Rob, it's the business of the game. When you sign Scott Boras,
Good at
it's
math.
not that they wouldn't like to keep him, and it's not like they wouldn't want him on a short-term deal, like you suggested, a relatively short term. He's going to get 8 years. He's going to get $500 million, something in that ballpark, and he's probably going to again price out of Detroit. The Dodgers, the Yankees, they got more bank, and that's just, you can almost guarantee he's going to end up at one of the typical bidders. Like everybody would love to see him back, but it's not like they're making a conscious choice as much as they are realizing when you get Boris as an agent, guess what?
I would imagine if you're going to get into conversations with Scott Boras about a long-term deal with Tarek Skubal as a free agent in the offseason, that the number is going to have to start at $50 million a year. And I don't know if 6 years and $300 million, I don't know if that gets it. I think that's where the conversation starts. It's like, okay, how many bidders do we have? Because this is the starting point. Anybody in? And then you've got 4 teams that come in. And if you're the Tigers, can you afford to do that? I mean, there's an argument being made that you can, given what you're losing from your payroll, and because you've got a lot of young players that you're banking on them being good players that they're really early contracts.
Well, here's the other thing too is I'm actually grown more comfortable with letting him go because I think they just got the 2 best years of his career.
Yeah, it's legit.
And you want to pay somebody for what they're going to do next. Now he's still going to be worth a lot, and he's still going to be really good, but he's going to get paid for what he just did. And if he can repeat it, bravo. Like if you go out and have Cy, but I would take the field against him in Cy Young's. I love him as an asset, but take his money that you had earmarked to pay him and go pay somebody else who will take it.
And how much do you want to pay a 240-pound pitcher? That's what he's listed at.
Is he listed at 240?
6'3", 240.
All
So
lower-
he's
all
100
lower
more
body.
pounds than Montero. 100 more pounds.
That's hysterical.
What's Verlander listed at? Do you have that in front of you?
Is he even listed anymore?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Fair. That's a fair question. I didn't. Yeah, no, that is completely fair to ask that.
He's listed as dad life.
Justin Verlander's listed at 240 pounds.
Wow.
It's all lower body with these guys. Their legs are huge.
Paul is next on 97.1. Hello, Paul.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I love calls like that. Okay, first off, you guys left short. You should have gone to 70 million to see if he was going to say, "Oh yeah, go for it, do it, do it."
Yeah, right.
Do it.
I mean, okay, I've made my case about the fan base for years. I know you guys fight me on it. They never cease to amaze me. Torkelson, okay? I'm not telling you he's a superstar. I'm not telling you anything. I'm not telling you that his being the number one overall, he's lived up to it. But one thing with no one ever considers defense when they talk about a player. It's all offense, right? It's all hitting. No one ever considers defense. The guy's our best first baseman by far, and he is a above average first baseman. Until you have another first baseman who is better than him, he's not going anywhere, nor should he. He's going to end up with 30 homers for the third time out of the last 4 years, and he's going to end up probably over 75 RBIs again with the same thing. And again, please, nobody make this out that I'm telling you he's some all-star or he's great, but you don't have a alternative to him, and he does just fine. Yet people still call up and say, "Oh yeah,
Well, we had a call
we just got to get
last week. You cannot win with Spencer Torkelson as your first baseman." And I thought that was a hysterical declaration. Like this flag is planted that nobody could ever win big with a guy like Torkelson playing first.
Dude, I've said it. You fought me. It's not the most intelligent fan base. I don't know.
I
what
have
to
fought
say.
you. I think it's a great fan base.
No, time out.
Okay.
You can be a great fan base and not be smart. I mean,
Wow.
You can definitely do both.
Paul, I actually think, and I don't think Detroit fans, as you would put it, are any less intelligent than any other fan base. I think for the most part, fan bases across the board in different cities are mostly the same. I think there's more passion in this town for sports than many. And I think what else is unique about Detroit, I think Detroit turns role players into superstars. I think we love our role players. I think we elevate them above and beyond what their actual value is on the field. But if you're a good role player, we'll love you. We will love you.
I think you might be overstating how good Torkelson is defensively, but that's okay.
I think he's good. I mean, people always like to throw, well, this plus metric, this defensive WAR or whatever. And, I think he's considered. I think he's solid. I think he's, like last night. Last night, how about the ball that hit the bag and just trampolined over his head?
That was unfortunate.
That was pretty funny. You know what else was funny? Now we can laugh about it now. When Cater butchered that ground ball back to him, and in his scramble to try and pick it up, his glove came off. It was a little bit of a gong show there.
There was some gong show elements. There were throughout the series, actually, some gong show elements, to be sure.
248-539-9797, 97.1.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Builders First Source has you covered. They've got 4 Metro Detroit locations, and they specialize in the top quality composite decking everybody talks about. Brands like Trex and TimberTech and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township, and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Can I bring something up here that I find interesting?
Yes.
It's a story out of Colorado. An Arizona man is facing felony and misdemeanor charges after allegedly stripping down and riding on the roof of a moving train in northeastern Colorado. The Sedgwick County Sheriff's Office identified the suspect as Daniel Balance of Quartzsite, Arizona. Authorities say he broke the window to board a Union Pacific locomotive before climbing onto the roof while it was moving. Witnesses reported seeing Balance riding naked atop the train before deputies took him into custody on Thursday. A sheriff's office post said, quote, Daniel expressed his love of vodka, beer, and playing the banjo. Unfortunately, we had to separate him from those loves and the train ride.
Doug, you've never felt more free in your life. You've been completely naked on top of a train going like 65 miles an hour.
Based upon, we've done those cross-country train trips.
Mm-hmm.
We've done probably, my family became our summer adventures. We probably did 5 or 6 of them where we get bedrooms and all that. It was really fun. But based upon the movies, I figure about half those train trips probably had somebody fighting on the roof of the train based upon movies.
Yeah, I got it.
In movies, there's a lot of fights that take place on the roofs of trains, right?
And you have to time them right because of all the tunnels.
Yes, and there can be problems. Like every other Bond movie had a fight on top of the train, a Mission Impossible. There's always fights on top of trains. So when I'm on a train, I'm like, there's 2 people fighting up there, right?
Got it.
At some point, if I'm going to be on this train for 2 days.
You settle you're at the bar cart. Next thing you know, let's step outside.
Outside being the
Let's
roof.
go. We're going to go to the end of this.
We've got exactly 73 seconds before we get to that tunnel.
Let's start climbing the ladder.
Yeah. Anyway, now none of those have been somebody totally naked. That's what makes this story unique.
Yeah, no, we haven't seen Indiana Jones naked, ready to do battle with somebody.
Yeah.
Over there, cross of Coronado or whatever.
Let's get back to your phone calls. Dave is in Clinton Township, and he's next. Hello, Dave.
Hey, so I actually called to talk about Scooble, but that Torkelson comments got me thinking. In your entire career that you guys have been on the radio, which, by the way, I've loved every minute,
Thank you.
how many times did you hear the comment, you can't win a Super Bowl with Matt Stafford as your quarterback? Just
Thousands.
throwing that out there.
About
Okay.
at least 1,000 times.
Yeah, and I like Torkelson. We played for the White Sox. Everybody called him Adam Dunn. Anyway,
I love that.
Is Scott Harris going to get the same? Is it fair to say that Scott Harris is going to be the same scrutiny that Avila was when Avila made the Verlander trade? Because I'll be told the only thing we got for Verlander is Jake Rogers, which I love Jake Rogers, but come on.
Dave, I will tell you that this is a trade deadline that is unique in that we haven't had something like this before, even when they were shopping Verlander around, and we are going to talk about this for years. With this trade deadline coming up is going to be a fulcrum point for Scott Harris in his tenure, and we will discuss this trade deadline for years. I fully believe that we're living a moment in time right now.
Yeah, this is. I mean, you can go back and make this thing. Yeah, we traded 250 wins for 10 wins, in what 85 or not 87?
Oh, you're talking about
we traded a decade. We traded a decade of dominance for 10 wins.
Yeah, but it got him into the playoffs
for
and gave him a chance.
Alexander
Yeah.
for
and I have often cited that, Dave, as a trade deadline that'll get talked about in Detroit forever, and I think this one's going to be too, no matter what they do.
Right. So anyway, I just think that if we're going to be fair about it, that Scott Harris has to be held as accountable for this trade and what he gets. Whether he gets rid of him or not, I don't care, as long as it's a good deal. Okay, I don't. If he keeps them, great. We got to make a run. If he doesn't, we better get a haul. Either way, what we get for him, it better equal what he's worth.
Well, in theory,
that's the thing, is that you're trying not to. Okay, if we're going to hang on to him, you expect to make the playoffs, and if you don't, then fail.
it's a fail. It's a huge F.
And it's more than people say. If you're going to hang on to him, it'll be more than just make the playoffs. You got to get to the ALCS.
Kind of got to make a run. I would agree with that. But I also look at the team as constructed, and that's why I'm in the buy mode. Is I'm trying my best to bolster the resume to make a more legitimate roster that looks like it can win a World Series.
Well, they've got Well, how many games until this
10.
trade deadline?
10.
10 games left until the trade deadline.
Just win them all.
Go on and win them all. That'd be great. It starts with tonight against Kansas City without Bobby Witt Jr.
Depleted KC squad.
Got 4 games against the Royals. No Bobby Witt Jr. Take advantage.
You got to win 3 of 4. You have to win. I think expecting a sweep in a 4-game series, there's still
that's a lot.
it's
It's
a big ask. If you do it, fantastic, but you have to win 3 of 4. And if you don't, I can so easily be convinced that they should sell. And if they do sell, I think it could mean some very exciting times. I will say this. If they do sell, and sell more than just scuba, like they really sell, I'm going to be so pissed if there's a work stoppage next year. I'm going to be so pissed.
You want to see the new toys.
I want to see the new toys immediately. And you have to think that there's a real probability that Clark and or Anderson will be here. Max Anderson, not Scott Anderson. We're counting on Scott Anderson being
hope
here.
so. Do you know something?
I know nothing. Larry in West Bloomfield. Hello, Larry.
Hey, gentlemen, best show on the air. I appreciate it and enjoy
Thanks, Larry.
listening to every day.
Appreciate that, buddy.
All right, man. Listen, I got 3 quick questions maybe you can help me out with. One, has there been a 3-time Cy Young Award winner in the last 20 years? 2, question number 2, what effect does all the players have if there is a lockout, walkout, freeze out next year? Do they still get paid? And 3.
The first question,
Would-
Justin Verlander's won 3 Cy Youngs.
Okay, so that's the only guy in the last 15, 20 years, correct?
I'm not sure if he's the only guy. He won it in 2011, he won it in 2019, and he won it in 2022.
Do you think Skubal has
Scherzer's
a
done
chance
it twice
to do that?
as well.
Scherzer's done it 3 times.
Yeah.
Do I think Scuba what? I'm sorry, Larry.
But if you think Skubal has a chance to do that.
I mean, yeah, he's got a
Absolutely.
chance. He's got a chance for sure.
Okay, now instead of Boris going after the mega deal 6, 8, 10 years, would it behoove the Tigers to make Verlander to make Skubal the highest paid pitcher in baseball with a 3-year, 4-year deal?
I don't
where
think
he
he'd ever
says how
take it.
much he wants to be here.
I don't think
Because
he'd
the
ever
last
take it.
time I looked,
He's not going to take a 3 or 4 either.
If you could convince
Boris
him, Larry,
still working
if you
for
could
Skubal.
convince him, that's fantastic. That's absolutely fantastic. Feels like a pipe dream.
Yeah. Clayton Kershaw won 3 Cy Youngs as well. So there's 3 pitchers.
How many did Randy Johnson win in a row? Oh, he was
Well,
in the
that
last
wouldn't be
20
the last
years.
20 years,
How many did he win in a row? Do you have them in front of you?
I'm going
How
through
did he win
this.
total? The question wasn't in a row. I said
1, 2, 3, 4.
He won 4.
5.
It was unbelievable. How about
Yeah.
Clemens? We're getting outside 20 years. I'll stop.
A lot.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Summer is here, and so are the July specials at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. So whether you're planning road trips or you're hauling a big boat, or maybe you just need some new ride, well, how about this? It's the perfect time to upgrade right now. You can get behind the wheel of a new 2026 Chevy Silverado. You can lease it for just $134 a month, and that's for 24 months. Or if you want to buy it, if that's a better fit for you, qualified buyers can take advantage of 0% financing for 60 months. Need something a little smaller for summer adventures and everyday driving? Cool. Check out the 2026 Chevy Equinox. You can lease one for just $234 a month for 36 months. Or qualified buyers can get 0% financing for 36 months. Visit Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at the corner of Telegraph and 696. It's just south the 12 Mile. They're open on Saturdays as well, and this makes it so easy to stop in whenever your summer schedule allows. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, helping you get where you need to go. Together, let's drive.
Bravo to the Toledo Mud Hens, the stadium, the setup, surrounding neighborhood. It's a good trip, man. I got to do that again. I'd like to do it again this summer. Went last night. Unfortunately, Max Clark and Max Anderson didn't do much. But if you're a Tiger fan, you know basically their whole lineup. You really do.
A lot of familiar names.
Yep. Gage Workman and Eduardo Valencia and Chase Young and Clark and Anderson. I mean, it's a who's who of guys that you've seen play here or that you know about that are going to play here. Bridge in Farmington Hills, you're next on 97.1. Hello, Bridge.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Hey, on Skubal, I say we have to trade him. I'd hate to lose him for nothing at the end of the year. We're not going to sign him for $400 million for 10 years. So if we get the only way I wouldn't trade him is somebody's offering you 2 of Jake Rogers for, for Skubal.
Well,
but then you keep him.
Yeah, I mean, here's the deal, Bridge. Is there nothing they can do between now and the trade deadline that would make you reconsider that?
Well, right now, if the Padres offered you that as closer and 3 prospects, I'd do it right now.
If the Padres offered the closer for 3 prospects,
their closer plus 2 or 3 good prospects.
Oh, you'd trade Skubal to the Padres for Mason Miller and prospects.
I don't think you'd get that straight up Skubal for Mason Miller.
Yeah, I'm not sure the Padres would do that.
Okay, if they did, I'm saying if we got a deal like that, something similar to that, a top-notch player and 2 or 3 good prospects, I would do that right now.
Bridge,
I'm
I just think if a team, including the Padres, if they're trading for Skubal, they're trying to win now. And if they're trying to win now, they need Mason Miller. Like, that would be a stunning development. That would make no sense from a Padre perspective.
No,
let's go for it and create a
pick a
big
different
giant
team,
hole in the back of our
that
bullpen.
doesn't make sense for them.
Hey, can we play the Buster one from last night?
That sounds
Buster
funny.
one. Buster only cut one. Okay, I don't know what Kang just said, but he said it into Gator's ear, and Gator burst out laughing on the air.
All he did was repeat what you said.
Oh, God.
That's not what he said.
Let's play Buster only cut one from last night's game about Scott Harris's approach to the trade deadline. First of all, I love the term, the Charge the Light Brigade. But if you are in favor of trading him, that should probably make you feel better that the scouting report around Major League Baseball is that Scott Harris isn't going to chase a fantasy. The team has to show him and authenticate this last month and a half of baseball in the next 10 games. And if they do that, he'll support them. But he's not going to chase a fantasy.
There's no reason for the Tigers to make up their mind today on July 23rd.
Nope.
There's just no point. I mean, there's 10 games before the deadline. A lot can happen in those 10 games. If they split those games, I think it's quite obvious that they're going to have to sell off pieces. But if they continue on with their merry winning ways, then they're just you would imagine getting closer and closer. Now, people have pointed out that Cleveland and Chicago are still playing at a pretty good clip in this division, and they haven't made up a ton of ground here. It's still 6.5 games, and that's worth noting. The wild card is it's going to be tough to get that because the third team in the wild card right now is Boston. Now, Boston has solidified that spot because of going on a 15-game winning streak.
Those are helpful.
Yeah, so I don't know if you're expecting them to continue playing at that clip, but things will settle down. The Tigers need to keep playing winning baseball. It doesn't have to be win 10 out of 11. They need to win, 10 out of 15 games. and keep doing that kind of pace, which is a lot to ask. But I feel like this team can do it because they've been playing this way for 2 months, and because they were a slightly better than 500 team back in April. May was bad, and May stings. May is a month that is forever left an impression in our minds, and we know that this team can revert and play bad baseball because we saw it last year in the second half of the season too. But the next 10 games are going to tell Scott Harris what he needs to hear and what he needs to see. Is this team still playing at a good clip where it's worth going for it and hanging on to a tremendous bargaining chip, a trade chip that is Tarek Skubal?
248-539-9797. Greg on a cell. Hello, Greg. Greg, are you there? Doesn't sound like it. Mark is next on 97.1. Hello, Mark.
Hey, how you guys doing? Listen to you all the time.
Thank you.
Hey, Tarek Skubal. I'm on the fence, but I'm thinking, 8-10 years ago, Avila, when all those guys were traded, Martinez and Verlander and everybody, and we got out of all of that, Jake Rogers maybe? So I don't think if that's our return, it's worth it. Just keep them. And my question for you...
Well, hold on. Yeah, but Mark, nobody would argue to make a bad trade. Like, of course, if nobody would want to trade him for nothing. You're hoping that you're getting, like the Padres got for David James Shields. They got Fernando Tatis Jr., who was barely, I don't even know if he'd played professional baseball, but he had just been acquired by the White Sox. I think it was an international signing. But yeah, that's what you're hoping to do if you are selling.
Right. And my question for you, gentlemen, isn't there, I don't know what it's called, but if you lose a free agent, isn't there like a compensatory draft?
Yeah, you can get a pick after the first round if you're over the luxury tax threshold, which the Tigers are either close to or over. I'd have to go look again. It converts to a 4th round pick.
But I thought it was after the first and before the second. Didn't we get Dylan Dingler that way, I think?
No, Kevin McGonigal.
Okay, I'm thinking Dingler back like 4 or 5 years ago. Okay, I'll have to do a little more research. Anyway, as a homegrown guy, I would like to keep him, but, Skubal wanting a 10-year contract at $40 per year or whatever is just, a pitcher is too high maintenance, in my opinion, to warrant that kind of contract.
He hasn't helped himself with some of the things that he has said. Dingler was a 2nd-round pick in the 2020 draft. I'll do the research for you. And, I had the story up earlier today about the Tigers and the compensatory pick because they're going to have to shed some salary to get under that tax threshold to make it a 1st-round pick if they lose Skubal.
Which they're not that far over, right? They're only a couple $1 million over.
Yeah.
So if you make a reasonable trade at the deadline, you'd think that you've got that taken care of. Particularly, look, if you trade Skubal, you don't get a compensatory pick to begin with, but if you were to trade, say, Gleyber Torres, the remainder of his contract would be sufficient enough to take care of that tax threshold.
The Tigers are over the luxury tax threshold by a margin of $1.643 million, according to MLB Trade Rumors. That would lead to a small $329,000 tax bill for the Tigers, but because of being over that threshold, the Skubal compensation will be a 4th rounder instead of a 1st rounder. They could move some salary just to get them under that. So, for what it's worth, 248-539-9797. I also want to point out here to the audience, I think probably some people are having some Skubal talk fatigue, and including us. Mm-hmm. It's hard to show up here every day, though, and have multiple stories written about our guy
and not address it.
Additionally, it's if not the biggest story in baseball, it's in the top 2 or 3 stories in baseball. And this team has put us, the fan base, the GM, the owner, the clubhouse, nobody really knows. I mean, some people claim they know exactly what they do. They have really put themselves on the fence of what is the most logical thing to do here. And I guess it depends on how much you believe in your ability to project a prospect, which I can't sit here and like Fangraphs can tell us what the mathematical percent chances a team with the Tigers profile is to make the playoffs, considering their schedule and all that, and to make the World Series. They can give us a percent chance there. I would love to see a percent chance on prospects, top 10, top 20, top 100 prospects that turn into all-stars, for instance.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's not high.
Because it's not high.
No,
and
it's not high.
So the people that want to trade for him, we're all playing different low percentage plays. Those that want to go for it, and if they justify it and they go for it, that's a low percentage play. And trading for prospects is also a low percentage play.
The more I think about this, with the element of the compensatory pick that turns into a fourth-round pick if they're over the cap, the more I think this is another reason why they're going to trade him. Because if they keep him and you're going for it, you're going to be buying other assets. You're going to be buying bullpen arms. And how do you buy the bullpen arms? You give up prospects to do it. So you're not giving up guys that are on your roster to make that. So you're taking on even more salary. And then you're like, you better be able to do it. So I don't think this is a small thing. I think initially when we first heard this earlier today, I was like, it's not that big. Now I'm starting to think it might be a bigger deal than we think it is.
Can't you get just late in the year, though, and figure out, okay, if you aren't going anywhere, you can just cut some guys, get DFA them, and get under that cap?
If you DFA them, there's still, I think it still counts against your cap because you got to pay them.
I'm going to have to read this whole, there's a long story in MLB trade rumors about this, but Carson Anderson, 97.1. Love live music. Sam Bernstein Law is giving back to the community by launching the Bernstein Box Office. Follow them on Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok for your chance to win free tickets to your dream concert. It's free and easy. Sign up and follow Bernstein Box Office and win. So Jordan Spieth to the Rocket.
Yeah.
Somebody save this tournament. I feel like the players are showing up too late. Is this not the best field they've ever had?
I think so. I think they have 9 of the top 20 golfers by the World Golf Rankings. In addition to that, they have names that people care about, like Jordan Spieth and Brooks Koepka and other multiple major winners, and they still could add to that to this count in the next few days.
I'm trying to be fair here, but thanks for nothing, guys. Like when this tournament had a potential future, you guys weren't around. Now that the thing's basically on its last legs and there's no sponsor and done after this year, unless somebody swoops in and saves it, save it, somebody. We're gonna.
Well, at the same time, I mean, the scheduling didn't do them any favors, and now the schedule actually works in their favor, and part of that is because of, where it's. I mean, it's where it slots in, and now it's after the majors, but it's before the playoffs. It makes sense for it to have a chance to be successful now.
I don't care about any of that.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
You and your facts and your reasoning.
Look, I wish it was still around. I think it's good for Detroit.
Well, next weekend.
The impact that it has on the community is actually substantial. Mm-hmm. All the charity work that they've done, they do a fantastic job of promoting everything that they've done, and it's all goodwill. And to see that this is probably the last one, it sucks. And I don't know what the PGA is thinking with their plan moving forward with having the haves and the have-nots in terms of tournaments, where some tournaments will feature the top, whatever it is, 60 golfers, and the other tournaments will feature 61 through 150 or whatever it is. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Seems kind of weird.
Yeah, because it just tells you right off the bat, oh, well, this is one of the bad tournaments. I'm not going to go see this. Why would
the crap tournaments? Are you going to call them crap
I
tournaments?
might have to. There might be crap tournaments.
Call it, Gator. You call it like you see him.
I mean, if you're not going to have a top 75 golfer in a tournament, what is it?
It's the Corn Ferry Tour.
It's Dayton.
It's right. I'm going to have all the PGA events that feature that second tier of players. They'll just play them all in Ohio.
Let's get back to the people. Jeff in Clarkston. Hi, Jeff.
Hey there. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So, just a couple of quick points. In my opinion, Tarek Skubal is selfish. He's asking, don't trade me, let me stick around. But guess what? Once next year comes around, he's not willing to sign here for less money. It's like roulette. We want to put everything on now. What do we got? 5% chance of winning the World Series? My second point, he's just going to be like another Angels Ohtani. We're going to get nothing for him, and he's just going to walk away. The Angels, if they would have traded Ohtani, their farm system at a minimum would have been better. If not, the team would have been better, the Angels themselves. So I just feel like he needs to go. He should have been gone last year because now he's just a rental and we won't get as much for him. Thanks, guys.
John on a cell, you're next. Hi, John.
Hey, I just got a question. In the evaluation of your players, that let's say at the end of the season, does the medical staff do MRIs and things like that on all the pitchers? Because these guys are throwing 97, 100 miles an hour. You see a lot of people just falling by the wayside getting Tommy John. And is there a process where our medical staff missed it? We should have known about this.
Do players have physicals and MRIs done as part of their exit interviews? I have never heard that they do.
I mean, it's silly because they're assets, it's their investments of the team. You got a medical staff, you got all the resources, and you think, well, let's check the guys out. How do they do at the end of the year and before they check out, and then maybe when they check in too, because who knows what they do during their off season.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's an awful idea, the postseason, just kind of check up physical.
That call is in reference to the story that broke yesterday that Skubal knew something didn't feel right in his elbow back in January, and he didn't do the MRI then. And it's a real frustrating reality because it sounds like he could have got it done in the offseason. He gave his reason why and then said maybe subconsciously it had something to do with his contract being up. But I really, truly hope it was nothing but 100% subconscious. But it sounds selfish. It sounds as though you really don't care about the organization. You just care about the contract, and you're hiding something to get the biggest possible contract, is what it sounded like. And I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I feel like I'm doing way too much heavy lifting to do exactly that. So I don't blame people for being mad about it. And the caller was referencing, why don't they know that there's something wrong with the elbow? The thing that just blows my mind, if you thought something was wrong, you can totally do a off-the-radar clandestine MRI somewhere.
Well, you would think.
Nate in Myrtle Beach. Hello, Nate.
Hey. Hi, gentlemen. How you guys doing today? How's the air up there? You all right?
It's better. Yes, thank you for asking.
It's better. All right. Good to hear the tariffs are working. All right, I got a quick question. Has we ever had a time in Detroit sports that I can remember, I'm 46, that we've had at least one major player, one major cog on each team, either as a free agent, coming back, not coming back, or just a quagmire? Because we've got, obviously, Skubal for the Tigers. We've got Larkin for the Wings. We've got JD for the Pistons. And, I mean, the Lions secondary is the Lions secondary. So I was trying to think of it on the way here to work, and I couldn't for the life of me think of another time where we've had to deal with this in every major sport.
It's a good question. It would take a lot of research to go back and to remember exactly what was going on. It's a very strange time in that the saga. These are all sagas. They're the Larkin saga, the Duran saga, and the Skubal saga.
I think you'd have to go back and find, look at the year that Stafford asked out when he got the trade.
Was there something else going on? Yeah.
That's fair.
That's the equivalent. Stafford is the equivalent to Dylan Larkin.
But even when Stafford was coming out, we didn't have Tigers drama. We didn't have Pistons
I don't know.
drama.
I mean, you have to go back and do it. But the other thing was we didn't know that Stafford wanted out until he was traded.
Yeah, and that's the weird thing is that stayed under the radar. And in the case of Larkin, I don't know if the Larkin thing was supposed to stay under the radar. How did that get out is a valid question. Usually it's agents. Now, it could have been another GM. I don't suspect it was the Red Wings organization themselves. It's irrelevant. No, we got a lot of drama going on, Nate. To answer your question, there is a lot of drama going on. And, at least this Tiger team has made this more interesting. Now, some people, I know many of you out there just wish they'd collapse so they could move on and come back in 2028 when there's no baseball next year. We looked it up. There is minor league baseball, right? When there's a work stoppage?
I don't think so.
No?
I could be wrong on that.
Let's see.
I'm getting it confused with, I'm getting that confused with the COVID situation.
MLB is in a work stoppage. Hold on. Let's see what Google says. Yes, the minor league season will continue during an MLB work stoppage. So if they load up on prospects, well, you know what we'll be doing, Gator? Breaking down the mud hens.
There it is.
All next summer. Rico Beard has made his way in studio. Hello, sir.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm hanging with the birthday boy, Evan. So.
Oh, it's his birthday today?
No, it's
no. Hey, happy birthday to our guy, Evan Jenkins. Man, he's the man back there. He runs the video, runs a website, critical part of the station.
So, yeah, we were going through looking at different things happening at Comic-Con. So, Evan is my Comic-Con buddy. So,
yeah.
I always know I can call him up and he'll meet me out there.
Is there someone in particular you're looking forward to meeting or seeing?
Oh, no, this is San Diego Comic-Con. This is one where.
If you were to go.
It's where like the main real character.
Right. What's the holy grail for you? If you had a chance to meet somebody.
Oh, I like to, Robert Downey Jr.
Okay.
Chris Helmsworth. Oh, yeah.
Get the Avengers. Gotcha.
Yeah. So that'd be kind of cool.
Gotcha. What do you got planned coming up next?
We got something different planned today. So I'll leave it at that. There's your Karshian.
That's quite a tease.
Very vague.
All right. That is straight ahead. Thanks for listening, everybody.
We'll be respectful.
Good. Stay safe, too. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Patrick Kane has inked a 2-year deal with the Chicago Blackhawks with an average annual value of $8 million. He returns to Chicago, where he spent the first 16 years of his career. The Tigers start a 7-game homestand tonight. First up, the Kansas City Royals, who are one of the worst teams in baseball and just lost their all-star player Bobby Witt Jr. to the injured list. Troy Melton will make the start. He didn't have his best stuff his last time out against the Angels, but gutted out nearly 6 innings of 1-run ball while walking a season-high 4 batters. He'll face former USPBL player Randy Dobnak, who's in his first season with KC, has a 1.93 ERA in 14 innings, 6.40 the first pitch here on 97.1. The Athletic released their updated top 70 prospects list. Max Clark is one of 2 Tigers at number 13. Quote, Clark isn't showing as much in-game power as expected, although he's only 21 in AAA, and his average exit velocity data implies that there's more in there, end quote. Bryce Rayner was number 35. NFL wide receiver Tyreek Hill is bouncing back from a knee injury, but he says he, quote, has no power, end quote, in his impacted leg after 10 months of recovery. The Raiders inked quarterback Fernando Mendoza to a 4-year, $57 million deal. Rams QB Ty Simpson, now the only first-round pick from this year, unsigned. Tony Paul of the Detroit News says the chances are increasingly grim for the Live Golf event to happen at the Cardinal in Plymouth. They've not begun any of the infrastructure set up for the event scheduled for August. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hi, how's everybody? So, I generally try to ignore, although we are completely surrounded by stupidity as sports fans, like the amount of content that actually has a functioning brain producing the content is very low. And I do a pretty good job of ignoring it, filtering it, and trying to provide you guys with what we think is at least a semi-higher level. I read something today that was just so stupid, so egregious. A, I don't even understand how the person thought it was a good idea. B, I don't understand how the editor, if said outlet even employs an editor, allowed this. And I just said, F it. I don't even care. I'm going to just lead with this because I feel like I need a different planet because I no longer want to reside on this one. Can I do something we rarely do, brother? I'm going to read something to you. I'm going to read you a bedtime story.
Okay.
I won't put you to sleep. You ready?
Okay.
So there's been a lot going on. And before you turn the channel, believe me, we're not going to do a deep dive on this. This is just the subject matter caught my eye. The headline caught my eye. And they got me. They did. They engagement farmed and they got me.
Clickbait.
Mm-hmm. This comes by way of USA Today, which really isn't a thing anymore. It's just a website. And somebody who I'm just going to say has low intellect, Nancy Armour, who more like Nancy no more. You should not work in this industry. You're terrible. Indiana Fever All-Star Caitlin Clark and her enablers must take the rest of us for idiots. Oh, boy. That's spicy. Okay.
Jumping right into the deep end. All right.
The fouls they claim occurred, the contusion she said she suffered, the technicals that aren't deserved. Clark doesn't suddenly become invisible when she's involved in a physical play, so we could see what actually happened, which is that Clark is flopping and her histrionics, while doing so, are putting other people in danger. Interesting. I've never heard anyone say that about SGA. You know, histrionics, flopping. Who are you putting in danger? You know what? We should keep reading. Now, before you start howling and going on about eyeballs Clark has brought to the WNBA women's basketball, I'm not a Clark hater. Oh, I know what's coming here.
I'm not racist,
But she can be an electrifying player. Her Player of the Week honor is richly deserved. She's been a gateway drug to women's sports fandom for millions. And I'm like, okay, but wait a minute. Where's the but?
Yeah, but
here it is. That, however, doesn't entitle her to a free pass.
No. That, however, does not entitle her to a free pass.
And she talks about she tried to sell a foul on somebody I've never heard of named Chelsea Gray, how she's raged over non-calls, basically no different than what we've seen in dozens of WNBA games. You go, okay, NBA games for that matter. Yet Clark collapsed to the ground as if she'd been hit in the stomach with a battering ram, yelled at the refs, demanded a foul. They reviewed it, saw what everyone else had. There was no foul. You're going, this seems all weird, right? Is this what this article's really about? As you and I like to say, it was not. 3 days later against, apparently there's a team named the Golden State Valkyries.
Oh, yeah.
Clark said she got kneed in the quad. The writer basically says it was minimal contact. And I'm at this point, while you're scrolling between massive ads for like ice makers and different things.
You got that too. Okay.
Oh, Maran. I mean, basically, Clark's the only athlete, not the only athlete to do it. We just finished a World Cup. She cites James Harden. But just as Clark flops don't occur behind closed doors, they don't occur in a vacuum. Oh, okay. Now we're going to get to it. All right, hold on. Let me lean up in my Barca lounge.
How about we take this to a whole nother level?
Oh, baby. It seems there is a white nationalist faction to Clark's fandom that is deeply, deeply problematic. Well, that escalated quickly because the WNBA is made up of predominantly black women, many of them queer. When Clark claims fouls that don't exist and she goes on a profanity-laced tirade, those racists see her as a white woman in need of saving and takes matters into their own hands. What in the H-E-double-L hell are you talking about, Nancy? We shall continue. After Phoenix Mercury forward Alyssa Thomas was charged with a flagrant 2, she said she received death threats and online abuse. You mean like every athlete, whether man or woman, who plays high-profile sports, who engages on social media?
Keep reading.
My bad. Gray posted one of the messages, which is also a pretty dumb thing to do, where a man called her a racial slur. After fans identified the man, he was fired by his employer.
Hope it was worth it.
Enough is kind of enough. These messages are not the first of its kind. There's other stuff, too. I got fed up with it. Okay, fair play. The WNBA and WNBPA met Tuesday to discuss player safety as the stakes escalate. The players rightly are concerned about online threats. It shouldn't need reminding this country has an awful history of black people being harmed, even killed, in the name of defending white women. Uh-oh. Oh, Nancy. Oh, Nancy. This is the line that really I went, how on God's green earth did we get here? The irony of the WNBA's All-Star Game is it's happening this weekend in Chicago, the hometown of Emmett Till. Wait, what? Who became an icon of the civil rights movement after his tragic murder. The local art gallery is currently hosting an exhibit imagining his life if he hadn't been lynched. While it's incumbent on the WNBA to do more to protect its players, there should be an expectation on Clark to recognize the broader implications of her actions. Okay,
here's the thing. I apologize, Mike.
Oh, my God.
And David and Corbin. When you originally sent me this, I read it and I thought you were like, okay, Mike, you're just on one. Kind of like Wojo at 1 o'clock in the morning, just firing off random tweets. All right, Mike, you just on one right now. But after doing a deeper dive, you were like, no. I was serious. This is the dumbest article I've ever written. So I read I'm reading. I'm like, how are you making these things together?
You invoked Emmett Till in an article about a player getting into it with a ref or drawing fouls. You are equating Caitlin Clark drawing fouls to endangering black athletes. You probably need to go to bed, wake up tomorrow, write a different column. This is amongst the dumbest things I've ever heard. And I'm exhausted. I have to admit this to you. I hear 45-year-old white guy here. I'm exhausted because this actually takes away credibility in issues where race is actually present. This cheapens the discussion of race. This is idiotic. And where is an editor to go, Nance, try again? This is bar none the dumbest thing I've read this year.
I would say more so make this make sense to me.
What, Emmett Till?
No. Yeah, why are we going from here to here? Okay, if you want to do the article on flopping, okay, that's good. We see that, but we see that in all sports. If you want to make the article about how most of the league just doesn't like her, fair enough. That's actually news. I get that. But yeah, when you the last part, the last third of that article is like, wait, how did we get here?
Because I truly believe if you go to the fringes of both political parties, you enter derangement.
So
we have a deranged society. Like, why don't we just see it for what it is? The league doesn't like her because she's white and straight, and they're jealous of her. All while the fact they'd all be riding bicycles to work if it wasn't for her. This would be the equivalent of white players hating Michael Jordan or white players hating Magic Johnson on his inset with the NBA. This is your cash cow. This is why you stay at a hotel and not a motel.
I got a better example for that, Mike. It's Tiger Woods crashing golf.
Amen.
On the PGA.
There you go.
And all of a sudden, everybody wanted to see Tiger. Everybody wanted to see the red shirt on Sunday. And the other golfers were like, but we've been here for a while. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, no one cares.
But I want to watch Tiger Woods, who...
Sorry to Fuzzy Zeller. Nobody cares about you.
Right. It was Tiger Woods who he was a different color than most of the players on the PGA.
I've heard that.
Yes. And because of him, they got richer contracts. You got bigger cribs. You were able to buy more cars. You were able to live a lot better lifestyle over somebody that you really didn't care about. And I would have simply said, hey, if you don't like the attention that Tiger is getting, go beat him.
Yeah, and here's the problem I have with this article. She gets right to the line of saying what it's really about, and then she doesn't have the conviction to do it. She cheaped out, brought up Emmett Till, and lost the plot. You mentioned the league is primarily made up of black women, and you said a majority of which or many of which are queer. Okay, then why don't you just say it out loud, Nance? Like, call it what it is. I mean, the WNBA has to be the dumbest league on the planet, including this idiot commissioner. Look, the product is crap, and I'm not one of these people who wants to watch it, but Caitlin Clark's the only reason that you have a fighting chance to, like, maybe actually turn a profit someday, considering you've been subsidized completely by the NBA for 26 years and counting.
Right.
But for God's sakes, man, the idea that her drawing fouls or arguing with a ref is endangering black player. Dude, I know. I avoid stupidity. I try like hell. Between this and Emmanuel Acho today, I just wanted to take the day off. The amount of raw stupidity that is thrown in your face out of the stupid cannon on a Thursday.
Yeah.
Dude.
It's funny. I had this conversation pre-show, but yes, it's Tiger Woods and the PGA. Golf was around many, many decades before him. The WNBA has been around many decades, but she's drawing attention. She's drawing eyeballs. She's making people actually want to stop.
Dude, their
and
5 most watched
games.
games this year all feature her. If you don't like it, tell your therapist.
But see, it's okay. She's not disrespecting the past. She's not sitting there saying, oh, the Detroit Shock couldn't check me. Cheryl Swoops, who is she? She's not doing any of that. She's just going out there. She's playing. And people want to see her from her days at Iowa.
And she's out there getting destroyed on a nightly basis. I mean, it's idiocy. So, look, David, you have a comment. You can feel free. Dude, you know me. I just generally, I don't know why. I just feel like there's been extra stupid this week. And I read this, and I was sitting by myself reading this, and I went, you got to be effing kidding me, out loud. Like I was a crazy old person. I went, are you Emmett Till?
See,
and an art gallery. What?
See, I thought this was return for those political ads I sent you. So I thought you were firing this back to me.
Crazy. They made that one on the station sound like a birthday party. Right. Oh, my God. No, feel free, David.
See, here's this thing, and Nancy has since gone on social media and issued a statement saying I made an artful comparison with the murder of Emmett Till, and then she later on says, however, the point stands. So this statement doesn't even mean anything to me because now you're sitting here saying it stands. You should have never brought up Emmett Till in anything here. But everything that goes on with Caitlin Clark is the reason why I can't watch the WNBA anymore. Because if I wanted to even just debate with someone if she deserves to be the face or if she's a great player, it becomes a race topic. And I don't want to do that anymore. And I just stopped watching now because I don't want to do it. I'm done with it. I don't need this crap.
Right. And David, it's just like, Nancy, these don't have this one to do with the other. Emmett Till was lynched because he was wrongly accused of whistling at a white woman who on her deathbed confessed and said, yeah, made that up. Sorry about that.
Yeah, but did you see Caitlin Clark try to get that technical?
Right. These two things are so not equal.
Dude, I just feel, and I know I'm closer to it because we're in this line of work. I just feel like it is like, even like the other day, Ryan Clark gets let go. He should have been fired 2 years ago. Ryan Clark was low talent. He had one card to play, and he routinely made everything about race. Dude, you're on NFL Live, okay?
I thought it was selling the brooches.
Well, yeah, sell some brooches on QVC. The point is, then you get Emmanuel Acho coming out being like, Ryan Clark built NFL Live. Cutscene. He did not. The ratings were twice as high when Trey Wingo hosted. Like, does anyone do anything? Like, I just feel like we're in this blast furnace of idiocy. Holy hell, man. All right, sorry.
Whoever screams the loudest wins.
We could take some text, do whatever. I just had to get that off my chest because I read that and I go, I thought of you because you're always like, Mike, we're at the bottom of the chili pot. And I'm like, oh, my God.
I'm telling you, when you sent that, I was like, okay, this is in response to the stuff that I sent him. Fair. We're even now. But, wow. Okay, let me reread this.
Yeah.
Okay, wow. That does so there was a foul and she got knocked to the floor and you could say it was flopping.
Emmett Till.
She did get up, right, and keep playing. Emmett Till.
Emmett.
Yeah, last I checked,
Art
Emmett Till,
Gallery.
he did not get up.
I think that's a great place to stop. David, 97.1. All right, David, give me a couple of texts, and Enrico's got an interesting update on the Pistons from rival executives. I think it's worth a segment or two. But, David, the text messages, and we'll move on from the wrought stupidity we started with.
From Connor texting in says, this can't be a real article. What the hell am I listening to?
It's real.
Does she also write columns for The Onion? This is amazing.
It's just where we're at, man.
Max in Bath, Michigan says, Mike, you can't be too surprised by this. People thought you were racist because you didn't want to pay J-Mo. People are truly dumb.
Well, but see, this is also the separation between a place that isn't real, social media, and then the outside world. The only place having a race war right now is when people are, as the kids say, doom scrolling their phone. I'm so tired of talking about race. Race doesn't even enter the equation of sports in 99.9% of topics. It is people falsely injecting rage for engagement. I can't stand anymore. It doesn't even, I don't care. Holy hell. But then, I'll stop. Just continue.
No, but the funny thing is, as I said in the commercial break, she didn't let the main thing be the main thing. If you want to do an article based off of, okay, she flops and there's a lot of calls, that's one thing. This article it's sublime. It skipped a step and just became like, wait, how do we get here? Like, okay, nobody is dying, so let's not compare it to somebody who actually died. Let's not do that.
Nance was at the laptop going, God, all right, I need a famous black person who died from Chicago. Got it, Emmett Till.
There was a lot of different flavors.
You gotta be kidding me.
And you picked the wrong one. Okay. Let's put it like that.
David, go ahead.
But I still laugh. Hearken. Like, we had people who got upset when I wore that Mike was right hat. And I had people like, I saw you were wearing a red hat, and I had, like, did you read it? Oh, yeah, it was a joke.
It's just,
I saw the red hat, man. I thought we need to have an intervention for you. Like, not really. It was a joke.
Carry on, David.
Quote unquote, someone texts in and says, he did not get up, completely ruined my workout as I bust out laughing. The timing of the jokes. It's what does it for me, fellas. I love it.
I'd like to say Rico made that joke. I did not.
Rage bait article. Try not to give it credence because that's how it gets clicks.
I know, and I owe you an apology. I do a good job of not letting most of it get on my nerves, but boy, howdy, this one did.
Every time I think the bar can't get lower, someone says, hold my beer. I'm tired of all of this, boss. That is from Ryan.
I think that's where I'm at. I mean, it's just it is the quality of sports coverage is so low. The intellect is so low. And I think all it is a bleed over from TV news, frankly. I think we're just entering that phase in sports. And while there's no left or right, there's pro team or reality. And those two narratives can never have real conversations. It's just, it's wild to me.
There's no left or right when it comes to sports, Mike, but there's fans and fandom, and it's tribalism, and it's my team versus your team, and everything my team does is great, and even we don't do things great, well, your team did it worse than we did. So there's that.
So there's that.
And Dave, this text comes in. Wait, Rico and David are black? Wow. And Mike's Italian? I'm done with this show now. Someone said, he continues to say, yeah, that sounds stupid, doesn't it, people? Judge by people's actions, not by the color of their skin.
Because I'm convinced the only place these race wars are taking place is this online rage furnace. It's just not in the discourse of what we do here. But yet anything in sports right now, and you see these aggregator sites showing you these articles and showing you the responses, or this is what fans were saying, and they're clipping social media, and you're like, how do you people exist? Is this really what you're doing with your day?
About 10% of the people, Mike, who live on social media, yes, this is what they do. They wake up just to be angry and see who could tick me off before my morning cup of coffee. There are people out there like that. I simply always say, or you could just not read it. Yeah, but I have to. Actually, you don't. But yeah, she could have cut this article before she got to the bottom third. And okay, this is a different spin on the whole, the league hates Caitlin Clark, and does Caitlin Clark hate the league? I get that. Like I said, I equate that to the whole Tiger Woods and the PGA Tour. But then she just skipped a step and went crazy. Now, you mentioned the whole Acho and Trey Wingo. See, that was actually funny. I like Trey Wingo's response to Emmanuel Acho saying, well, he built this. And it was like, wait, let me give you some receipts, son. Here's some actual data. Here's some facts. He did not. Yeah. Yeah. When I was hosting the show, we had better numbers. This is what he really was saying.
I just,
yeah,
I can't. You want to get to this Pistons thing next?
We could do that.
I think the people deserve something a little bit better. We've got thoughts and a little potpourri about the Pistons offseason and this Jalen Duren. I hesitate to call it a saga. I think it's some interesting conversation. We're going to get to it next, okay? 97.1.
Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine somebody says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, right? But with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal, folks, because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. That's no commitment. So there's a lot of streaming and sharing and scrolling or whatever else you do with your phone, all for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wow, right? Now all you got to do is think about how you'll spend all of that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY, go to XfinityMobile.com, or visit your local Xfinity store today to switch. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compared to one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans of T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes and fees extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
All right, hit the button. Let's see what we can do for you here.
College football here. So yesterday we had a discussion on dark horses for the national title. What I want to do here is teams that can possibly make the playoffs. The first teams that can make the 12-team playoff. There are teams that have been in the playoff, but can they make this format? Let's start with Iowa.
No.
Iowa is, yes, replacing their offensive line, but they seem to always be around. And what else do you have in the Big Ten?
Can't score in a whorehouse. Not interested. Nope. Just no. Rico, please. You're our resident Big Ten slap.
No, I'm trying to pull up Iowa's schedule to see if they have a difficult schedule or not. But for Iowa, David, no, I always think just 8-4, 9-3, which I don't think will be good enough to make the playoffs. They're at Michigan, Ohio State, at what? No, we just no.
It's an absurd question.
No, they start off. They got the against Iowa State for their second game. But yeah, then they got at Michigan, Ohio State, followed by at Washington. That little 3-game stretch right there should probably knock them out of any playoff contention.
Next team on the list would be the Houston Cougars. They are returning, it feels like, 15-year quarterback Connor Weigman.
Yeah.
In the Big 12, though, what do they actually have?
Not a lot. And look, I mean, at this point, it's always what Rico says. Oh, but he was a 5-star. Dude, that was like a decade ago.
Thank you.
Always injured. He makes some insanely bad reads. But they have some of the better NIL available of the blue blood, non-brand names. Good home field advantage. You're returning arguably the most experienced quarterback in the conference. Without looking at their schedule, I'd say yes. Why? Because the Big 12 is so wide open.
I'm looking at their schedule, Mike. They start off with Oregon State, then they have Southern at Texas Tech, at Georgia Southern, UCF at Kansas State, Oklahoma State at home, at Utah.
Right. But what are they? New coach, new system. And as far as Tech, before people say they got no shot, who's playing quarterback for Tech? You spent $6 million on a kid who put himself at the Betty Ford.
Yeah. I think that they can, because then they finish off Cincinnati at home, at Colorado, who I don't believe in, at West Virginia, and then Baylor. So
I won't rule it out. David could have mentioned a number of teams in the Big 12. Big 12's wide open.
Well, let's mention a couple other teams there, and let's mention Utah and Arizona.
I'll say yes to Arizona because of Fafita.
Yes.
I mean, you just have that type of quarterback, that experience, that explosiveness. Utah, I can't. New coach, new system. Whittingham bought the best players he could and brought them over. I'm just going to say no to it.
Yeah. Same here. Arizona, yes. Utah, no.
Yeah, it's tough for Utah when you have what you have, and then they have BYU on their schedule. TCU
the Holy
on their
War.
Schedule.
Get it right.
Those are supposed to be the tough teams in that conference.
Well, Arizona had us too. They're at BYU in week 2, so that'll let you know exactly how good Arizona is. You win that game, and I think the rest is kind of downhill after that.
Better than November, where it's like 20 degrees
Correct.
and rain. Yeah,
right. You get the scenic view.
But based on everything that you see in the Big 12 with Tech and their quarterback situation, new coach in Utah, all this stuff, that's a wide open conference.
It's fun.
Yeah.
I know it's not what it should be. I know Nebraska and Oklahoma and Texas aren't there anymore, or Missouri, or, the way it's supposed to be, but it's fun.
I laugh because I often say the Big 12 is, Mike, and you may agree with me, but if you took Ohio State and Oregon and Michigan out of the Big 10 and just said, you guys, go ahead, finish up the table scraps, that's the Big 12.
Pretty much. Yes.
So let's move over to a team in the
Kibbles and bits.
In the ACC, they received a transfer quarterback from Ohio State who was not playing there, but Lincoln Kienholz is now their quarterback there at Louisville. What are the chances that they can come out of the ACC? I mean, they do have a tough matchup to start the year, so we'll know who they are.
Yep.
They face Ole Miss September 6th.
Yeah, that's Sunday night at 7:30. We'll know exactly if they're any good or not. But, David, after that, I look at Louisville. They run a system. Brom's going to try to make this team competitive. He saw something in this quarterback. I'll lean on him because he's a little bit of a quarterback whisperer. He knows what he's doing.
They got Isaac Brown back, superstar running back who got dinged up last year. When he played, they were great, and when he didn't, they were ass. If they got him back, I give him a crack. That's one of the 5 best backs in America. I think it's Isaac Brown.
Yeah, it looks like he is back. Yes.
All right, then I'll say yes to it. I mean, that kid is.
It gives him a shot, right?
That kid's legit.
And here's the thing. This is one of those, they could actually lose their first game and still make the playoffs. Because then Villanova, SMU, Wake Forest, NC State, Florida State, Syracuse, Stanford, Georgia Tech, North Carolina, Pitt, Kentucky.
So let's move over to a local team. I don't understand how they're on this list because I just don't see it with the offensive play and the quarterback play, but Michigan.
David, all right. I know you're a passionate Michigan fan, and now you're in this phase of, like, hating your own team.
I just don't trust the quarterback.
Okay, but can we allow Bryce Underwood to get better? You know, this is the inverse of what this town does, where only our players get better and out-of-towners don't. Look, I thought Bryce Underwood was largely a disaster last year. I also didn't believe he ever should have been asked to play. I didn't think it was fair to him. Let me at least see him against Oklahoma in week 2 before I say they have no shot. I think their schedule is going to be tough. Mm-hmm. And I do look at the top of the Big Ten as much as I crack the conference. The top of the Big Ten is very good. I lean no. But if Underwood takes this seismic move forward and they are a brand name, I could see 3-loss Michigan getting in, okay?
It would be 3 losses would mean that you have to beat either Oklahoma, Indiana, or at Oregon and at Ohio State. You got to win one of those games.
Sure, and that's what I said.
Right.
Let me see week 2. So I'm not going to write them off yet. I'll say yes until I'm given a reason to say no.
All right, you're fairer than I am.
Well, David,
no, Sparty.
No. David, I would say week 2 is it's going to set the bar, but you know when you come out and say you're going to be the best Wolverine ever,
he was taken out of context.
No, because they asked him to clean it up, and he said, "No, let me double down on that." So he was doubly taken out of context.
That was AI slop.
Okay.
Go Blue.
Yeah, that, and I look at the game against Indiana. It's going to be at the Big House. That's going to tell me a lot because that's the new measuring stick in the Big Ten. What can you do at home against them?
Yeah, let's move over to another Big Ten team, and I think it's make it or break it. USC.
Oh, I've had enough.
Yeah.
This is my Tarek Skubal of college football. I can't take any more with Lincoln Riley and USC. Wake me up after the deadline. I can't do anymore. Eternally soft, eternally bad late in games. Bleeper, get off the potty. I'm going to say no.
David, I'm going to say yes, because if you can't, no. This is like the Buffalo Bills last year. If you can't win it this year, you have to be fired. You start off San Jose State, Fresno State, Louisiana Raging Cajuns, at Rutgers. Now you got a real game. Oregon, but you got played at the Coliseum.
That's at home.
Right. You got the Huskies at the Coliseum. You go to Beaver Stadium for Penn State, at Wisconsin. You get Ohio State at the crib. You go to Indiana, Maryland, and then you finish off with UCLA. If you don't do it now,
you will never.
The UCLA game, hey, Lincoln, we're going to fire you before Thanksgiving. You can just stay at home.
You could actually reenact the Lane Kiffin tarmac firing. Or was that Sarkisian at USC? I can't keep them straight.
No, it was Lane got fired on the tarmac.
Cool.
Yes.
I'm out. I can't do it anymore.
Well, finally, let's lean in with Lane Kiffin then. LSU Tigers.
Nope. Not in year 1. System's not going to be implemented that fast. Sam Levitt, I like him. I don't love him the way some people do. And it's too much too soon. I'm not saying they'll be bad. But making the playoffs, SEC, no. Can't do that.
Let me check out their schedule real quick. No, I want to see. But yeah, normally LSU is all about disappointment.
Isn't it week 2 they're going to Oxford?
Yeah, I believe so.
You're going to need a Pope mobile for that deal.
Yeah, that's the game that everybody wants.
Week 3. Week 3.
Yeah, week 3. Then they follow that up with Texas A&M and Kentucky. They got Alabama, no Georgia.
Both Alabama and Texas are at home.
At Tennessee.
Bro. Notice this isn't the Big Ten. Look at that schedule. Man, there ain't no breaks.
That's at least 4 losses on this schedule. So no, I say no.
Think you're right about that. That is your College Football Blitz 97.1.
Brandt Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. They got you covered. They make car buying super simple, and you always get the best prices. Period. And the inventory, it's actually in stock. What a novel concept. The 26 Silverado Crew Cab V8, haul all your summer toys. Also, gas prices, you want to beat them? The 26 Trax. If your current vehicle needs attention, take it to Moran for certified service. Unlike other dealers, Moran offers free loaner cars with scheduled certified service appointments. So shop anytime online, moranexpress.com, or just stop on by, period. Go to Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. It's Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. All right, so as promised, Rico has, and I believe this is by way of The Athletic, just some interesting feedback from rival executives. If you don't care what they say about your team, that's cool. But this show is not a fan of the Pistons offseason, nor are we a fan of this Duren thing. So, Rico, take it away.
No, Athletic article written by Fred Katz, and it breaks down Duren and the Pistons' relationship. As a matter of fact, a quote is, both Duren and the Pistons need each other. More than likely, they will have to come to a compromise. One exec believes that has discovering a fitting one, but they went and they talked to 13 different front offices asking them what is a fair contract for Duren. Anonymity was granted so they could feel free to speak freely. No names.
I wish the names were on it.
Okay.
Yeah, this guy sucks, Brad Stevens says.
No, but they've also they came up with different deals, Mike, and ranging from, okay, well, you're going to probably have to pay this man to, no, I'm probably going to pay him slightly more than what Walker Kessler got for the Lakers, because that seems to be the new measuring stick for Duren. But the executives all stated, hey, we saw what he did in the playoffs. He did a lot in the regular season, and in the playoffs, pretty much non-existent. Here's another quote from one of the executives. While Detroit might look like they have most of the leverage, given that there's no cap space teams out there, they are royally effed if he takes this qualifying offer and walks next year.
All right. The problem by saying that is, that's like saying Corbin is really going to have a bad day if he steps in front of a car because he's eating a burrito. You're creating this niche moment. Like the idea of Duren accepting a $9.5 million qualifying offer and leaving, let's just for the sake of argument, leaving $100 million on the table. Let's say the Pistons are really putting the screws to him. Mm-hmm. I still view that as a 1 in 100 situation. Now, the Pistons could be effed.
Right.
But the player would have to take one of the biggest risks in all of sports. I just have a hard time believing that's on the table either. Right. If he did that, that would tell you how much he hates it here.
Because they're saying, fine, I'm going to bet on myself. I'll take this qualifying offer, and then I'm walking next year.
Right.
And the Pistons will have no legs to stand on. 6 other responses suggested 4-year contracts, 3 deemed $140 million fair. One was for 135, one was for 130, and the smallest hypothetical deal in both total money and average AAV was $120 million over 4 years.
So nobody reached a 5-year, $150 million deal.
I think one GM had 157.
Okay, so that's really interesting because remember, the most he could have gotten on the open market was what, 177?
Mm-hmm. And so they're saying that's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, none of this is surprising for you and I. I think the most surprising thing is we're sitting here on July 23rd. You have no marketplace. There is no cap space that teams can roll you into. And yet you can't come to an agreement with the team.
Right.
And look, I'll cape up for the Pistons briefly here. I don't think they're offering him beef stews money. Like I don't think they hit him at 3 for 45. I would be stunned if they're not offering right around $25 million a pop.
Sounds like for the Pistons, they were willing to go 4 years, $177 million for Austin Reeves. So that's kind of the floor for him.
Well, you're not Austin Reeves.
Understand. But now that he's signed, we got.
Right. I'm really interested. But no, I'm not going to sell panic, and I'm not going to. I just don't think if the qualifying offer is on the table, then the Pistons, first of all, Duren, is getting terrible advice and has no interest in winning basketball games and being here. But the other side of it would be the Pistons would have gravely miscalculated the player's desire to earn his free agency and or leave.
Yeah.
And I just am not going to do that, right? Like, I can't believe the Pistons would misread it that bad. I'm still Team Pistons on this one.
See, I think the Pistons have drawn the line in the sand, and they are just waiting for Jalen to show up to the facilities and say, all right, fine, I'll take the deal. Because I don't think there is a compromise right now. There is one deal, and that is it. Now, it's funny because the one executive who paid the most said $157 million over 4 years, but then he also said He also had poor play during Detroit's first series against Orlando Magic and second-round losses against the Cleveland Cavaliers. So that also stuck in his mind, but he said he would probably pay him knowing, he didn't show up in the playoffs. So, but most of them are saying around $30 million and maybe a little more than $30 million a year is what you're looking at. I don't know what he's asking for. I don't know if he's just not going to budge off that $40 million or not.
Look, if he wanted 4 at 177, do the math. He's getting terrible advice. There's just no other way around it. So I appreciate you read it. I've given you my thought on it. I just don't know what else to say, but I'm not going to sell the panic. Not that you're asking me to.
No.
I can't do that qualifying offer thing. That would be stunning.
Yeah. But I guess Walker Kessler's contract is what everybody is looking at now and what he got paid by the Lakers. So that's where we are with Duren. They're at a stalemate. And unlike Skubal, both parties have just kind of gone radio silent. And you don't know. There is no speculation. He wants it. Last we heard, he was out visiting on the West Coast. He was visiting the Sacramento Kings, which kind of took away some leverage.
Right, but there's no market.
And that's what they're saying.
No one has the cap space. The Pistons don't want to trade him. Nobody wants you. Your agent already tried to float every rumor out there. Oh, the Celtics in a sign and trade. Literally, you barely hit send on that nonsense. The Celtics signed Mitchell Robinson for 10 cents on the dollar. There's nowhere to go.
Mike, you just encapsulized this entire article in that statement right there. The executives are saying, you guys need each other, get into a room, work this out, because Detroit, what are you going to do? Jalen, what are you going to do? Because there's no market out there. All the chairs and musical chairs are not being sat in.
I also just don't understand how 25 or 30 million isn't good enough. The market has spoken. I mean, I can't help you, Jalen. You may think you deserve whatever you want. You're worth what someone's willing to pay you. Mm-hmm. Every other team in the league could have lobbed an offer sheet your way, could have made different moves to try to make that happen. They did not. And the Pistons, again, I will side with them until I see a report that forces me not to here. If they're offering 4 at 100, 4 at 120, Jalen, you can have $120 million, or you can risk it for the biscuit and take 9. What are we talking about? And at that point, if he took the qualifying offer, I wouldn't want him here, because that shows me you do not want to be here. Mm-hmm. This is a team that's going to compete for the Eastern Conference next year. This is a team that we believe has an opportunity to take another step.
Right.
Dude, what are you waiting on? Can you imagine if in one of his workouts, he pulls a Wensiel Perez, cracks himself in the head with a weight or whatever it is. Or let's say the guy's doing some cardio, blows out.
Yeah.
Like, dude, do you understand what's on the line here?
Right. Drops a barbell on his foot. Yeah, I understand.
It's crazy to me.
But the Pistons, and they came out and said, hey, we're going to take care of our core 3, and he knows, well, come take care of me. And they haven't. And there's where we are. But yes, this article says, you two need to get into a room and figure this out, because, Jalen, there's no market for you. And for Detroit, you kind of let the market go dry.
No, it's Jalen that has to figure it out. Langdon's not going to all of a sudden wake up and say, yeah, you know what? I do want to give him $40 million. He's not changing on his end.
No, but for the Pistons, you didn't have a plan B. It was Jalen, and that's it. You didn't go and do anything else. Isaiah Joe? Sure.
I don't think Jalen had a plan B. He went in, met with the Lakers. They walked out the room and said, yeah, we want Walker Kessler instead. There was no other options for him, and he's still sitting here like there's an option that's going to come around the corner. It's not. Sign for $25 million, and let's move on.
Which is pretty much what they're all saying. So, yeah. They said, they could really squeeze him and say $25 million a year, but Duren's not going to feel good, which means they're not going to feel good.
And look, I know it's not a topic, but this is where there's a disconnect right now in modern sports. Because let me tell you one thing I don't think fans give a rat's ass about. Oh, Jalen's going to make 25 and not feel good. Man, go to hell. How about that? Like, this is the folly of it all. So at 25, you're going to be butthurt, but at 30, Oh, it'll all be gravy? Man, get lost. That doesn't resonate with the customer base. It's crazy to me. And this isn't the old school where the deal isn't fully guaranteed, or like in the NFL, a player is fighting for a guarantee. Right. This team's trying to hoe him out with some chicanery. No. Dude, Jalen signs for $100 million. He could turn into Theo Ratliff the late years, and he still makes $100 million. Jalen, this is what they think about you. I can't change it. So either bleep or walk. All right, good talk. 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. Patrick Kane is departing the Red Wings and returning to Chicago on a 2-year, $16 million deal. The 37-year-old spent 3 seasons in the wing wheel, scoring 57 goals. MLB insider J.P. Morosi shared the following earlier, quote, if the Tigers trade Tarik Skubal, they'll likely prioritize acquiring starters who dominate the strike zone, a long-standing Scott Harris priority. In that respect, the Rays are a potential suitor. Santiago Suarez, 9 walks in 74 innings this year, is one name to know, end quote. Suarez threw 11 innings in AAA last season, but has spent this year at AA. He's Tampa's 10th best prospect. ESPN's Jesse Rogers wrote the following about Tarik as well, quote, the Tigers think they can win the division and will hold out as long as possible in deciding whether to trade Tarik Skubal. Some rivals believe they can as well, casting further doubt that he'll be moved, end quote. Tigers back at home tonight. They'll start a 7-game homestand. The Royals in town, who sit at the bottom of the AL Central, just lost superstar Bobby Witt Jr. to the injured list as well. Troy Melton is back in the mound. He's coming off a 4-walk performance against the Angels, where he squared up just 1 run. He'll oppose Randy Dobnak, who makes his second start tonight, 6:40 the first pitch. The Raiders in quarterback Fernando Mendoza to a 4-year, $57 million deal. Rams quarterback Ty Simpson is now the only first-round pick from this year unsigned. Tony Paul, the Detroit News, says the Cardinal in Plymouth has yet to start a multi-month setup for the Live Golf event set to be held there next month. It's unlikely to happen. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
All right, 3 o'clock. We're going to get to a college football thing later in the day, but I want to bring this up. You know, Patrick Kane going to Chicago. Again, sentimental reasons, fine. He's trading in. He doesn't want to win any games. But he wasn't going to stay here. That was blatantly obvious. Thought for a second maybe he'd go home to Buffalo, where he's originally from. He's going where it all started. All right, cool. But here's the question. Are we sure this is still a good job? When you really dig into it, because I know it's easy for old heads like me to say it's Original Six, it's Hockey Town, it's the Detroit Red Wings. That really doesn't play in today's NHL. And what I mean by that is this hasn't been a free agent destination in 15 years. This is not a zero tax, state tax state.
Right.
This team does not win. Then you go to the farm system, this ballyhooed Red Wing system. Here's your problem. You have 6 top 100 prospects, but only one of them resides inside the top 50. So you've got a collection of stuff, but you don't have anything premium. Mm-hmm. Your best player hates you and wants out. You're reading reports today that the organization may have made this Yzerman move to woo Larkin, which good luck, because I don't think people are going to forgive. You'll have people upset at Larkin if that's the case, because look what they did to Stevie. And there's no indication Larkin will rescind his demands and come back. Like, is this a good job? You have a ton of cap space, but nobody will take it. You do not have a top 6. You have one amazing player in Mo Sider. I'm not a Lucas Raymond guy in the way others are, but he's a good player, and he's on a very good deal. Mm-hmm. But beyond that, are we sure? Because we're sitting here on July 23rd. And by the way, if you inherit this job, you've done nothing to get better this offseason of a substantial level. It's in the Atlantic. You're probably finishing second to last or dead last in the Atlantic. Mm-hmm. Can I just ask the question of how good is this Red Wing job?
Not very.
Okay, then that settles that.
No, it's Michael. It's not. When you look at everything that's going on, the whole Larkin thing. Well, let me address that. Because I have yet to really hear anybody else talk about any of his teammates. My conspiracy, my tinfoil hat. Okay, mm-hmm. It's me. I wonder if he was the leader of the quiet revolt. We need to move on. And it's possible that if the rest of the locker room accepts him, I could easily see, okay, he's back. He's our captain again. Never should have had to see removed if it was. But I do wonder, what did he lead a quiet revolt? And it ended up with Stevie being gone. Now, for the next GM, good luck, because this team, I told David this, I don't think I've ever seen a team, for lack of better words, not try for an entire summer. They are writing off a year. And it's at least you could be like, oh, well, you're going to see the kids and we're going to bring up who are you bringing up? Who are you bringing up that I want to see? Like, what excitement would you have? So, no, I don't think that this is a good job anymore. This is no longer the destination city. You know, the 90s and early 2000s, those days are long gone. As you say, this isn't one where you could say, well, you can come to Michigan and not pay state tax. I don't see why anybody would want to come here. And if you're the next general manager, you're looking at least if you hit everything right 2 years before this team is in the playoffs, but probably longer than that. So no, I don't see this as a good job.
Well,
not anymore.
I don't know about assigning a year to it. I'd need to see who the guy is. How does he run his operation? Is there a boldness? I mean,
well, that's what I'm saying. If everything falls into line,
as it sits here right now, here's where we could leave it. You're not making the playoffs this year.
No.
You have the second worst odds in the Atlantic of winning the Atlantic. You have the third worst odds in the East to make the playoff. Like, you're not making the playoffs. So I just would love to know where people are at with this, because it's interesting when you read pieces like this and you're like, oh, so the organization chose Larkin over Steve? Yikes, the town hates Larkin. What are we doing here now? Go ahead, Corbin.
I think this job, as of right now, it's not appealing, but it is appealing in terms of the long-term gain, because whoever the next GM is, when they step in and put their imprint on the team, because I agree with you, Mike, this team's not making the playoffs next season, or maybe not even the season after that. But if the new GM comes in, puts their imprint on it, and let's say in, 4 or 5 years or so, then they're the true contender that we know it as, then you will be remembered as the GM who took a once storied franchise and now a dark period, and you did a 180. You finally brought them back.
I don't know how you get the players necessary, Corbin. They don't have the prospect pool. Steve, all that ballyhooed, people touching their beanbag over his drafting. I don't have anything premium.
That's why I think it's more long-term game. You know, if any GM is coming into this job thinking, oh, I'm going to make things like that, I'm going to change things in a moment, you're fooling yourself, and you're setting yourself up for failure.
Shows you how bad it is here. Jason Robertson took a 1-year deal. He took a qualifying offer. He left $100 million on the table because he didn't want to come here. Think about that. I was telling you that from Rip.
Yeah.
Because you talk to certain people, Robertson made it pretty well known. I ain't going home. I don't want to be there.
Yeah.
So it is rock bottom to me. Oh, and by the way, you just took the job. Let's say Larkin still wants out. The next conversation you have to have is with Alex DeBrincat and whether you want to pay him $13 or $14 a year, or are you trading him? Plus, what is DeBrincat? What is any winger on this team where this is arguably the single worst team in hockey if you took the center position? If you just said center quality, depth of the center position down the middle of the lineup, first line, second line, third line, fourth line, power play, might be the worst in the league.
No, you're right. That's what I'm saying. This is, Mike, when you're looking at this, you're about to walk into historic territory where you're looking at maybe the 2003 Tigers.
No, Rico, don't say that.
The 0-16
He has
Lions.
to walk that back.
The 2023 Pistons, where they lost 28 in a row.
I come on, don't.
I said you're staring at it because
oh my,
you haven't really made any moves. You're kind of DOA right now. Really? Is it that far to say that you could belong in that category?
I think that's far.
Because nobody, think about this. Before all of those seasons started, nobody thought that they were going to be that bad. This team is not showing you anything.
I don't even have. I mean, David, I get what he's saying. I guess I don't want to think that way on a 75 and sunny day.
Tough.
Okay.
No, you're not crazy.
No, they're going to be bad. It's hard to predict that bad.
To predict historically bad from a team that, let's be real, they were in the fight to make the playoffs. But to Rico's point, if you're trading Larkin and getting nothing that helps you now, Kane left. The first thing I'm doing as the new GM is I'm probably trading DeBrincat. So then you would arrive at an interesting point. So Okay, that was uplifting. Up next, Rico predicts when we're all going to die. Warm weather shows up. Everybody's on the road, distracted drivers, people flying around. Then a crash happens. Look, if you get in an accident, you need a team because the insurance company's got one and they're going to work against you. You need David Femininio and the accident response team. They're going to help you get your life back. And David is going to help. Look, he's going to fight to get you what you deserve. Don't let the insurance company run the show. Get in the fight. 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. David, couple of texts. We'll get to a couple of calls. I do have a question I want to ask, though, because this Larkin thing is interesting to me. But go ahead, David.
Wings lose another 20 goals next season and set up man for another 20 to 30 goal score. Great work this offseason has been. I guess I'm going to have to be a Habs fan for the next few years. Oh, yeah, my life sucks. It's time to bring back the phrase dead wings. That is from Lee in a car. Mike, the job is awful. No GM, no captain, need 2 top 6 centers, at least 1 top six winger, probably another top 6 defenseman, backup goalie. Anything else?
Right. And just imagine the new GM comes in and he just starts selling. You have to start at rock bottom. That's why I said it's possible you could be entering the category.
But you know what? Fine. I'll embrace it because I don't feel like hearing him say it 8 million times. He's right. Maybe you do just bottom the F out and then stop the crying about the lottery and you go win the damn lottery. I don't know. Maybe he's right. Thought about it all break. Maybe it will be historically bad. F the whole team. Trade them all. I don't care. Okay. Put out the Little Caesars Mighty Mites. Like the kids they put out in the second and third period intermission. Put them out there.
So me being right angered you that much?
No, it's just I don't want to deal with more bad hockey. I don't want to deal with more, but damn it, it's what we talked about. You basically have to tear it down, and they didn't move forward this offseason. They just didn't. So you look at next year as this lost year anyways. Look at all the cap space they got. What are you going to do with it? Nothing.
So that's why I said, yeah, okay, there you go. Go ahead, David.
God.
Michael, it's for you.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you.
They did text in with your thought. They said the Red Wings have one option. It is a Memphis Grizzlies style. Strip it down to the studs, rebuild. No.
Okay, David.
I know there's no other way, but
the only way that's not the option is if Larkin comes back. And right now, that doesn't look like it's in the offing, and I don't even know if the paying customers would want it. One more, and I'll go to the people.
Never thought I see the day where my kids are going to grow up watching a good football team, but not a good hockey team. What an era we live in now.
To the people. We'll go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, how you doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good,
hey,
Chris. What's up?
Good. Well, I've been wanting to call in the last couple of weeks with the Yzerman, the Wings. I mean, you guys say Yzerman blew it. He doesn't have any talent. How did the Griffins, was that a fluke last year that they had a record-breaking season with prospects and minor league players?
No, they have a lot of 4A guys. They got a lot of guys that aren't good enough to cut it in the NHL, but they're really good and really mature for the minor leagues. And they have 6 top 100 prospects, but 5 aren't in the top 50. And you know what that means, Chris. Those guys are just not premium. Like a Nate Danielson, anyone who's watched him or scouted, he's got like a 15-goal projection. You know, a solid two-way guy, but a third or fourth liner. So I think that's part of the issue.
Yeah, I understand. My next point was, and last point was, so last year the Wings were in first place in the toughest, hardest division in hockey till what, February? 1st of February?
Sounds right to me. Sure.
Okay. So how did they get there? And then, to me, that sounds like a coach-captain problem.
I'm fine if that's where you want to take it. The problem is going to be, okay, you don't like your captain. Good, he's not coming back. And you lost Kane, and you were one of the worst teams in the league 5-on-5, and it caught up with you. So, Chris, my point would be, how are they getting any better?
I do believe that he has players that are going to be coming up. I know patience is a bad word, trust me. And I'm getting impatient too. But I think they're going to eventually hit it.
Okay. I mean, Chris, listen, it's not that I'm going to yell about. If you believe and, hey, stay the course. Why not? Year 8. This is the year you're going to get it right. I don't know what else I can say to you. And that the Griffins thing, come on, man. Like, I mean, if you get to the point you're celebrating your minor league team doing really well, great. Then where are all those players?
Well, I was about to say, if they're that good, then why weren't they playing with the big team?
Because they're all kind of the 4A, not good enough to be everyday NHLers, but you're not going to get rid of them. They're in the system, and they're just there. You don't have elite stuff. You have elite goaltending guys. You do. You have Augustine and this kid that passed up Kosa, Pavlov, or whatever his name is. That's great. But yet the team isn't willing to give either of them a run. Just like they wouldn't give Kosa a run. You traded for the Panthers backup. Or signed the backup, excuse me. So, none of it equates to them getting better. And you do. You look at it. You got the longest playoff drought in the league. You got all this cap space. Nobody will take it. A guy like Jason Robertson cost himself $90 million. The last place he wanted to be was here. Your captain is just asked out. Patrick Kane decided, I'm never going to win a game again. I'll just go home to Chicago versus coming back here. And as you so eloquently said, you sat out free agency for all intensive purposes.
So, yeah, either Larkin led the quiet revolt, or you trade him, you start all over, and you get a lot of prospects. So let's hope that he led the quiet revolt, and you could be back. Maybe, you could be competitive next year. But if he's traded, yeah, you're probably gonna have to trade off more pieces that you can and just
who's getting first line minutes at center?
Right now, I couldn't tell you.
No, I can give you the names. I just don't want to say them.
It's awful.
You get my point.
Corbin.
You know what? Rico's right. Okay, there. Fine. Just go out and be the expansion era San Jose Sharks, and let's try to get the number one pick. I don't know what to say. I'll go to Scott. I can't take anymore. This is depressing. Scott, how are you?
Hi, guys. I got two things for you. Mike, I got a big beef with you. You know, I've heard your rants for years, and they're epic. And I don't understand why you have not given a rant on Illich about the lack of transparency, lack of interview, lack of anything. I think we're owed a little bit more. He said nothing. We hear nothing. And that's okay sometimes. But right now, we're here just doing nothing. And we don't know anything. So where is he? Why can't he come out and tell us something?
It's the same thing, and we talked about it yesterday. Where's Scott Harris? You alive? Oh, and you got a 15-game lead. You're on the Benetti pod. Where are you, dude? No, Scott, you know what it is, Scott? Scott, do me a favor. Can you put the windows up or take me off speaker or whatever I'm on so I can hear you?
You got it.
Oh, you're a stud.
Oh, so
legend.
much better.
Okay. No, Scott, listen, I think part of the problem for me, I don't have any expectation that you're ever going to hear from Chris Illich ever on anything. You're going to get one interview on opening day where somebody hands him a Tigers jacket and he says the rebuild is over, and that's it. But you're right. For Steve Yzerman to get kicked upstairs, no questions get answered, boilerplate statement, and this team is floating through space. No, it's not acceptable. It's not.
And by the way, our journalism in this town right now are a bunch of wimps. I've listened to them all. I've listened to Helene on Nationals.
Oh,
she knows nothing. They're reporting nothing. We know as much as they do. They're just reporting what they read on Instagram. And it's ridiculous. Dig in, figure out what the heck's going on, what's going on with Yzerman, what's going on with Draper, what's going on with Horcroft. There's a million things to tell us, and no one's saying
you
a
know
word
what?
in
You know
this
what's
town.
interesting, though, Scott? It's not pushing back. Something I'm surprised by. If Elliot Friedman doesn't have those details, what does that tell you?
Well, our people should be in the know. They're
No.
They
You
should
know,
have-
you
they
know
should have
this,
sources.
Scotty. You know this.
They're
Adam Schefter.
brutal.
Yeah, they are. That's fine. But work with me. It's like in the NFL. Local doesn't break the stories. Adam Schefter does. It's the same thing in the NHL. Elliot Friedman is the most plugged in. He is the Woj, not the one we're stuck with at 6. NBA Woj. Scott, Friedman has been basically silent. They're in a bunker as an organization. So if you want to blast journalists, plural, good with it. I wouldn't limit it to local. If the national guys can't figure out what's going on, I think that tells you a little something. And Yzerman always was tight-lipped, always kept close ranks. But do I think the owner should speak? Of course I do. I didn't really think I would need to say that again, which I've said before. How do you get rid of a legend and not have a press conference? It's almost like paying $12 million for a law firm to investigate your misdeeds, and you don't have a press conference, answer questions, or produce said report. Oh, wait.
You earned that one.
But it's true. We live in a simulation. That's why I don't understand why any fan capes up for any team. These teams actually think you are not owed explanations. Whether it's collegiate, which is now pro, hockey, baseball, basketball. Look at it. These teams don't think you're worth their time.
You know why? Because you're not going anywhere. So why should I explain it to you? Why should I put something out there that you can use against me later? You're still going to buy the tickets. You're still going to buy the jerseys. You're still going to be a fan. So that's how I see it.
Go to John 97.1. Johnny, how you doing?
Good. How are you, man?
Good, buddy. What's going on?
I'm just curious. What are your thoughts? Do you think Yzerman actually did a rebuild? Because I feel like when he got here, it's just starting to add on to what Holland started.
Yeah, I think the biggest mistake that was made is he tried to speed the rebuild up with crap NHL level signings like the Comfers and the Cops and the rest.
Well, sure. Yeah, but he should have traded Larkin right when he got here. I mean, he's a number 2 center at best, and if you don't have a number 1, then what are you starting on?
But hold on. Here's the problem. Now that's a little bit of revisionist stuff, John. He got here. The kid was 23 years old. You're not trading. You can't say that. Now, if you want to say you should have traded him a year ago if you didn't like him, or after the collapse, or you didn't like his comments, I'll have that conversation with you. But
Well, that would have started a true rebuild, though, right? You take your best asset and you trade it off, and you get.
But that's
further
the job.
down the line,
But that's the job.
And I feel like we'd be further ahead now if he did that then.
Okay. I mean, John, I don't know what to say. I'll just tell you, if he had traded Dylan Larkin when he first got here, people would have cried bloody murder. I think you're being very revisionist there. That's all. Sorry. What are we doing here?
That article really set you off this morning.
Dude, that article was, it's just symptomatic of 2026 sports. Yeah. He's referring to the USA Today piece, the Caitlin Clark thing, and then this idiot writer, comping her drawing fouls to putting black athletes in danger. Shout out Emmett Till. You got to go read it for yourself. It's unbelievable. But this is the type of idiocy that just floods the sports sphere. Like, none of us are Socrates, but I man, whether you like me, hate me, like you, hate, like, we put thought into what we're saying and we try to have fun most days, but like, good golly, some of the stuff that gets put out there, you're going, where is the editor?
Because that's when the editor should have said, we're going to just cut the last 2 paragraphs out of this. It's gone. Stick with the story. You're good. But I can't connect those 2 dots.
I didn't understand the whole thing in its entirety, but
the flopping thing. The WNBA is going to cannibalize itself. Like, instead of just realizing it's kind of like you need each other. Caitlin, you need the rest of the league in order to have somebody to play against. Rest of the league, you need Caitlin because she is the reason why people care about this league.
Well, maybe you ought to tell your players who hate her how stupid they are. Look, I think the whole league is crap. I'd get rid of the league if I were the NBA. Why? That league is a burger at a bar. It's a loss leader. It's subsidized by the NBA. But fine, we're stuck with it. Cool. Well, guys, here's the deal. With Caitlin, you stay at a hotel. Without her, you're at a motel.
Right.
With Caitlin, chartered flights. Right. Without her, you're riding a tricycle. Like, this is not hard.
Yeah, with Caitlin, we're expanding into more teams, and there's more jobs. Without her, it's going to be less teams.
You're playing in Estonia, and they pay you in apples. It's the dumbest league on the planet, and that commish, Rosenblum, or whatever her name is, she's another idiot.
Yeah, I think they're trying to get rid of her.
Well, they should. My goodness. And I don't even like the league. Yeah. But it's business. This would be the NBA. All of a sudden, what? All the white players banned against that damn Michael Jordan. He's helping us make money. Perhaps we don't clothesline him into the seventh row. Next, 97.1. Sorry. All right. Look, the Wings thing, I think we said it all. And again, I hope I did a decent job here. Like, I'm fine if you want to knock certain writers or certain reporters, but I don't think you can just blanket to local in this particular issue. No one, not a Friedman, not a LeBrun, not Max Boltman, not the guy who used to hate Kenny. Okay? Like, none of these cats have the story. So if you're going to blast reporters, all I'm trying to say is blast them all. Because no one's got it. And in the absence of the owner talking, which it's not going to happen. Should it? Of course it should. Just like the Tigers should trade Skubal. That's also not happening. Like, I don't know what else I can say. And if we're going to take it another step, fine, let's take it another step. Your owner's not a fan owner. He's a businessman. All him talking is going to do is anger me more. Because he's not going to tell you the real story. So that was all. And I know we were up against it, and I do apologize. But I was trying to make a point. Is like, man, I'm cool. Like, because, again, we're in the blast furnace. If people don't like what we do on an entertainment perspective, say it. I'm fine with it. That's why I always laugh how sensitive these reporters get. Oh, someone said they didn't like what you do. Wah. Are you kidding me? Welcome to the real world. Like, what is this? So the whole point is none of the national hitters have the story. That should tell you something before you just blast the local yokels who aren't going to break any story. That's just not where the sport is now. The agents are the news pipeline, and the agents aren't talking to people writing for the Morning Friendly. The agents are going to talk to things like The Athletic. They're going to talk to things like TSN. That's how that goes. That's why in baseball, you don't have local reporters breaking stories often. It's Jeff Passan. Carry on. I know I was up against it, and I wanted to make sure I did a decent job with that.
Brother, you don't have to apologize
I
for anything.
apologize for everything. David, text, and then we're moving on because you have a question you want to ask, and I don't want you to feel like you can't ask it.
You guys can't let Yzerman's malpractice impact the overall view of the Red Wings GM job. It's still an original six franchise that just gave their last GM 7 years, which means patience. Kane is being replaced by Arvidsson. Kane was terrible defensively, so I'm not worried about that replacement.
Great.
Moving forward, please press these know-it-all callers who say we, quote-unquote, have good prospects coming up. Please ask them who these prospects are. Please press these callers on the names of these prospects. I would very much like to know where the good prospects are.
Okay. Cool. Well, guys, what are we doing? I told you. 5 of your 6 are outside the top 50. The Wallanders and company. What do you want me to say?
I think they're saying the callers are wrong, is what they're saying.
But
we don't have them.
Oh my God. All right. Move on. Move on. Because again, let me explain how this job.
But to read something else. No. I was looking up at the monitor in the commercial break, and they had the question of how many, as on Fox, how many QBs would you rather the ball in their hands in the final minutes of a game other than Caleb Williams? Because he's become the new, in my opinion, the new Brett Favre. He'll make a ton of mistakes all game long, and then in the final drive somehow make that miraculous throw after running around for 35 yards and hitting somebody in the back of the end zone.
So you're talking 2-minute warning.
Yeah. 2-minute warning or less, team is down, and who would you rather have go out there and lead your team down the field?
How many players above Caleb Williams? All right. I mean, is it obligatory to just say you still got to put Mahomes there?
Yeah,
because the refs will be in your pocket.
I didn't even think about that, but you're right.
All right, so that's the only one there. Justin Herbert has to show it. I don't buy Bo Nix, and Mendoza's a weirdo. All right, we're out of the West. In the East, I mean, if it's regular season, I'd take Josh Allen. Fair?
Fair.
All right, Miami's got nobody. The Jets got a garbage can who can't stop getting pulled over by the cops. And then Drake May.
See, I can't believe in Drake May yet.
Oh, no.
This is the year that he can sell me, and he won't be a one-hit wonder.
All right. We'll go Allen. We'll go Mahomes. Not Lamar. Not Aaron Rodgers at this stage of his career. Not any of the 12 Browns. I still like Burrow. I know, but the guy's been to a Super Bowl. I take Burrow. I'm just trying to get the guys that are in the conversation because Caleb, you can leave the Iceman stuff out of it. Go to the South, not Stroud.
I got two that you haven't said yet.
Yeah, I was just going through the AFC.
Okay.
No. I mean, I'm probably done in the AFC. I don't want Stroud or Lawrence. You go to the NFC. I mean, the Jalen Hurts, I'm rattled. Watching him last year, everything looked wrong. He wouldn't use his legs. He couldn't throw.
What if you take last year away? Would you say Jalen Hurts?
Can I phone a friend? David?
That's kind of tough to take a year away. I mean, you're not taking a year away from anybody else. So I would not do that. I would not do Jalen Hurts.
I take Stafford.
Yep.
I take Stafford for sure.
But maybe it was a Super Bowl hangover.
Okay, let's go to the NFC South. Baker Mayfield.
Now there's your problem. No. You can't do that. Early in the year, it was yes. Late in the year, it was no.
Okay.
I'm not against it. It's not as okay. I'm done. I'm absolutely done. This Nancy Armour column has ruined my day. Here's what I would say. Caleb Williams is somewhere in the top 6 QBs I'd want late game. Would I take Caleb over Jared Goff? One drive to go win a game? Yeah, I would.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would. Because I like Ben Johnson with the mobility of Caleb, with the off-platform last drive of a game. Teams will either play prevent, which is stupid, or as you get closer, what do? They ratchet up the pressure, which means your escapability inside the 30, inside the 20, that becomes your biggest weapon to go win a game. You're on the 8-yard line, a statue's going to have a hard time throwing that ball. Mm-hmm. But if you can get out of the pocket, race for the pylon, I like where Caleb is going. And I love, dude, you can't deny the late game heroics.
No, I can't. As I stated before, he looks like the modern day Brett Favre to me, where a lot of the game you're just like, Caleb, what was that throw? Who did you see?
Here's the other thing. So the other problem I have, you're taking these players and taking them away from their team. Like if you're telling me I have Goff with the Lions and this offense and I'm at home, I'm taking Goff. But if Goff is not here and it's just a general roster, no, I would take Caleb. See, it's a tricky question because you have to then start adding and subtracting.
Right.
Situationally.
Is it Caleb with the Lions? Right, I get what you're saying.
So then I'm also thinking the play caller as well.
Correct.
Because Caleb with Ben Johnson,
correct.
Yes, but Caleb with someone else, probably not.
Correct. Yeah. It's a tricky question, but the one undeniable thing, the kid has the pedigree and the God-given ability, and he showed you in some unbelievable moments last year. Multiply. He got it done. So I think
so you know what? How about we simplify this then? You know what? Everything's on the line, and you have one team with this quarterback to drive and score. Caleb with the Bears or like Goff with the Lions. Like that person with their team, life on the line, they have to score or else. That's it. You get to pick one. Caleb is up there. Like I said, I like what I have to see what Baker's going to look like with his new cast of characters, but I do like Baker in the final minutes of games. He just scrambles around kind of like Caleb and just gets stuff done. The other one is, and you said no to him, Mike, but Bo Nix got a lot of comebacks in his short career.
A lot of comebacks. Possibly the most.
Possibly the most.
You could have him.
I think he got 8.
Good.
Yeah, 8 comebacks in 2 years.
You can have him.
Yeah, last year's schedule for them was weak, though. So
it's a very difficult question, but I just know in this town you're not allowed to say nice things about Caleb, so it's probably best if we just move on.
Yeah,
okay, then 2-4.
What about Jordan Love and Cookies is on the line?
No, I'm not even doing that. No, because honestly, it wouldn't be Jordan Love. It wouldn't. I'd take Caleb over Jordan Love. As far as last 2 minutes, one drive. No, I'd take Caleb.
Okay.
Jordan Love's got to have a real big year this year. I've had enough of the okay, he's super duper. Go be super duper then, damn it. All right, 97.1. David, with a couple of the texts, we'll knock out a few calls. We do have some college football to get to, and not in a, complaining about NIL. No.
Complaining about Portal?
No. Something interesting I think is happening that you don't, and we're going to have a debate about it. But it'll be fun. None of what you're used to. David, go ahead.
Someone says, what about Sam Darnold? He did just take his team to win his Super Bowl, and he won.
Nope.
Okay.
Look, with 2 minutes to go and you need to win a game, you're not taking that ginger goofball. Cut it out.
What he said minus the slander.
I mean, okay, the guy won a Super Bowl. So did Trent Dilfer. You're not taking him with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah. So I mentioned how Ben Johnson taking him away from the play calling of Caleb. Someone texts in and says, I don't think Ben Johnson plays a factor in Caleb's late game heroics because it's improvisation. Fair.
Okay.
That's a great point.
Fine. Ben Johnson's an idiot. I forgot we're in Detroit. He can't coach offense.
That's not what he's saying in the text.
No, yeah.
What he's saying is, in my point of saying taking the play caller away doesn't matter here because it's about the improvisation of Caleb. That has nothing to do with the play call.
Yeah, the scrambling, the going to the left and stop and throwing it all the way to
call. He did it on his own, is what he's saying.
Yeah, because no way Ben Johnson says, Caleb, I want you to throw a horrible throw in triple coverage. Oh, wait, he scored a touchdown. Yeah, great throw. Yeah, that's what I drew up.
His ability did that. Right. Yes.
Look, I think that's just why there's a limiting factor to Goff. Goff will always be, I think he's good. I think you can win a Super Bowl with him. But am I going to be shocked at the end of this year if Caleb is universally viewed as superior to Jared Goff? No, I'm not going to be surprised. Jared Goff is very limited in certain aspects of his game. You can do it, but yeah, in the late game spots.
No, he's potentially the quarterback that's about to reset the market when his contract is up.
Yeah, Caleb's going to be above Mahomes probably. Mm-hmm. Someone says, I would take Brock Purdy in this conversation.
Oh, boy. Look out. Go ahead, Rico. Opine.
I can see that, David. But, yeah, I mean, kind of to me, he's like Baker Mayfield. If need be, he will take off, run, use his legs to extend the play. Not as big of throws that you see from Caleb Williams, but he'll keep the chains moving.
And he's more mobile than people give him credit for. Mm-hmm. He can motor.
Someone else is asking, how can you on one hand say Joe Burrow because he made the Super Bowl, but then don't take Jared Goff? He also made a Super Bowl too. And then, of course.
Well, one team was powered by their quarterback.
Correct.
I mean, look, Joe Burrow is one of the most naturally gifted passers in the entire league. I don't know. Look, if you want Goff, take Goff. You want to take Burrow, take him off. This isn't First Take, and I'm not Stephen A.
It was just an interesting thought that I saw.
Well, but with the interesting thought, you always have people that have to text in with the hate. Caleb had the lowest anticipated completion percentage. The Bears can keep him.
Okay.
They're hating him because he's a Bear only.
Well, and it's also he was a second-year player. First year in a very difficult system to learn. They made the playoffs. You didn't. And he was a primary reason why. And he got better as the year went along. And does he need to continue to improve? Yes. Mm-hmm. But it was his second year after a lost rookie season with a coach whose brain froze as the clock ran out here in Ford Field.
Okay. Literally.
Like,
I mean, the look on Dan Campbell's face in the game, like, is he not going to call timeout? Should I call timeout for him? Like, you almost saw the sympathy. Okay, we'll take this win. Thank you. You know you're about to get fired, right? Okay. Just want you to know that.
Yes. Let me get to Ken, and then we're going to move on. Kenny, what's good, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, hey, Kenneth.
Yeah. First of all, a couple points on the Wings is Chris Ilitch does need to come out and say something because I'm a season ticket holder, which basically means I'm like a stockholder in that franchise. And the way things are right now, I ain't renewing next year. If I would have known this was all going to go on, I wouldn't have renewed this year, this upcoming season. And by them not saying nothing, it shows their arrogance. And not only that, they need to sell this app that they have to try to televise these games for next season. They don't have Bailey's or whoever to rely on to force it down everybody's throat. And number two is these people that defend Eiserman,
it's sickening because they need to stop looking at the rafters. It's not Eisman, the hockey player, that we're criticizing. We're looking at Eisman as looking at the standings of this team and watching everybody go flying by us because we got no prospects or any of that coming up.
No, and Kenny, here's you got a couple of problems, and you have every right to feel the way you want to feel. Don't take what I'm saying as I'm being rude in any way, but you are not a stockholder. You are nothing but an ATM machine to these teams. Okay? I respect what you're saying, but the reality, no team cares about you. The minute you give up your tickets, they don't care. The Yankees built a new stadium, and fans who had tickets for 50 years got thrown into a garbage can. Why? Couldn't afford the new one. Bye. Bye. None of these teams care. As far as the Yzerman thing goes, bro, preach it. Your mouth to God's ears. I can't say any more about it. All right? Let's get to a blitz, 97.1.
Brought to you by, why does this button keep stinking? Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. Patrick Kane has inked a 2-year deal with the Chicago Blackhawks with an average annual value of $8 million. He returns to Chicago, where he spent the first 16 years of his career. The Tigers start a 7-game homestand tonight. First up are the Kansas City Royals. They just lost their all-star player Bobby Witt Jr. to the injured list. They'll also be without their manager tonight, who's attending to a personal matter. Troy Melton makes the start for Detroit as he opposes former USPBL player Randy Dobnak. Here's the rest of the Detroit lineup.
I mean, is that real?
It really is, yeah. McGonigal leads off and plays short. He used to drive Ubers before he went to the USPBL. Gleyber Torres at second. Colt Keith will bat third at third. Did you know I used to be the voice of the USPBL for 3 years? Green, Dingler, Carpenter in the middle, Torkelson, McKinstry, and Outman at the bottom. The Athletic released their updated top 70 prospect list. Max Clark is one of 2 Tigers at number 13. Quote, Clark isn't showing as much in-game power as expected, although he's only 21 in AAA, and his exit velocity data implies that there's more in there, end quote. Bryce Rayner was number 35. New Michigan basketball coach Mike Boynton spoke to the Field of 68 podcast about his conversation with Dusty May after he had interviewed with the Mavericks.
All right, hit the music. And what the hell is this,
So
David?
I wanted to try to have a little fun because pre-show we were watching some interesting barbecue videos.
Oh, God, come on, man. We had time to kill. We had the show planned.
We did. So what I want to do here is go through some different ideas for barbecue because we have a few days left in the summer here. So let's enjoy. Let's start with some breakfast.
No.
The beer can breakfast burger. Form the ground beef around the beer can, stuff it with whatever you want, eggs, cheese, bacon, and now you have a beautiful breakfast sandwich.
I'm going to say no. I'm not interested in using the grill in the morning. So leave me out of that one.
I am. It's more of a griddle thing in the morning, Mike. And no, that's a waste of a burger. Eggs and a burger is fine on its own. The only thing you need is maybe bacon and cheese. That's it. The eggs and all of that. Go buy a griddle. Cook all of that stuff separately. That's my recommendation for you.
I don't have the bell, but can you just ring your own bell for me? Because you summed it up.
Yeah, sometimes, David, people have just a little too much free time on their hands.
Correct, because you can do this, make a childhood favorite on the grill. Grilled PB&J.
No, I'm out.
Take a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, grill it over a low charcoal for crispy, smoky upgrade to the favorite.
Out.
And it'll probably be at the next baseball stadium next year.
It probably
will
be.
That sounds like one of those baseball stadium things.
Why do baseball stadiums feel the need to make people poop their pants? I mean, like, why is every food item, okay, how much of an atomic bomb can we place on someone's colon? Bob, add ranch. That'll do it. Like, what is the point of that?
I am with you. I guess they try to be hip, but I've never thought about a smoky flavored peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
I'm all set.
I bring a PB&J every day to work. I'm all for it. I need 5 of these.
You would eat this
100 without
Are you
no
the one who-
hesitation. No hesitation.
So those crustable wrappers, those are yours?
No, I like a crust. I like the crust. You got to grow up.
Okay.
There he is.
Guy eats PBJ every day. He's telling people he got to grow up. What, are you out of Lunchables?
Well, hey, the nacho Lunchables aren't that bad if you need a little quick
Oh,
snack.
come on. All right, David. Good grief.
One more breakfast item for you, Rico.
You know how disgusting Lunchables were as children?
Right. I don't want.
Oh,
Because you had it, right. You didn't want to eat it. Like, you know what? I'm fine. You learned how to cook. Either that or you get a Lunchable.
Correct.
I'll teach myself to cook.
So one more breakfast item for you, Rico. It is the pulled pork pancakes.
Oh, my God.
So you have the nice, wonderful cornmeal pancakes piled on pulled pork, drizzled with maple syrup for a little barbecue breakfast.
No.
Yeah, I'm going to say So you mix the pulled pork into
No,
the
you don't
pancake?
mix it. You just set it on top of the pancake, and then you mix syrup.
You'd be
on
better off mixing it in the batter. I'm going to say, no, just make yourself pancakes with some sausage or bacon. How about
Some of these sound
that?
like, you ever watch that show Chopped?
Yeah.
Hey, let's see what's in your basket. Wow, it's a tiger penis. You're like, what am I supposed to cook with that? This is disgusting. Oh, let's see, we got some broccolini, and we got an elephant wang.
I feel like
Have
these
you ever sauteed it?
These pancakes that David just mentioned, that's something John Taffer would shut a whole restaurant down
100%.
if he saw it on the menu.
You don't
It's
deserve
egregious.
this.
David, you know what? Because sometimes you don't have to do it. Like the peanut butter and jelly, Corbin, if you like it, just eat the sandwich. You don't have to do fancy things with it.
Sometimes you got to experiment, though.
I saw a recipe too. It was pancakes, and they like dropped whole Oreos in the middle.
I saw that.
Why? Just no. Continue.
So here we go. The smoked mac and cheese stuffed brisket. You
No.
butterfly a brisket, stuff it with creamy mac and cheese, roll it up tight, season heavily, and smoke it to perfection.
No, brisket is amongst the richest, most dense food items you can have. You don't need mac and cheese inside of the brisket. No.
So what, does that add another 3 hours to the cooking? So we started today, and we'll have dinner on Sunday.
My answer is no, and I desperately want to like something here. No.
Mike, maybe we're cavemen. I just like simplicity.
Yeah, I feel like once you got to start, stuffing a piece of food in another, you lost the plot.
Or you cook the brisket and you make the mac and cheese
Separately.
and you put them on a plate.
Yes.
Ring the bell again, Rico.
I told you these weren't the traditional
Okay, no,
barbecue
you
items.
did.
Let's go to the
Great. It's barbecue for crackheads.
Or we talk Scooble. David, continue.
Let's go with the barbecue rib nachos. So the pulled rib
How about we
meat,
talk Scooble?
melted cheese, jalapenos, and a
Why
heavy
would I
drizzle
go
of
through the
barbecue
time of
sauce.
smoking ribs if I'm going to pick them apart and put it on chips? No.
Hey, let me help you out. How about take the pulled pork from breakfast and make the nachos with the pulled pork? Because you're right. I just cooked ribs. Now let me shred them
I quit.
to put it on top of nachos.
I'm terming this list societal decay.
See, I'm going to keep it real. I like me a good nacho. I would try this. I would try it once.
Yeah, because you're not the one who had to painstakingly smoke the ribs.
You know what, Mike?
Well, even if I am, I will.
You would. You're the same guy you eat Lunchables. The odds that you know how to use a smoker? Get the hell out of here.
Trust me, Corbin, if you cooked ribs and somebody said, all right, now I'm going to shred these up to put on nachos, the hell you get out. Get out.
It's just a one-time
Get
thing, though.
out.
It never hurts to try.
No, because of the time that it took. Okay.
Maybe-
Yes, let's make this. It's like you take all this time to cook a brisket, and now let's just turn it into hamburger patties. Wait, what did we just do here?
Oh my God.
Maybe this one's better. The buffalo rib tips. So you just smoke the rib tips and then you put it in buffalo sauce at the end.
I don't like rib tips, so I'm
Got
out
you.
on this.
Got you.
Now the rib tips.
No, it's a waste of time. I'm all set. This is terrible. And by the way, buffalo doesn't go with ribs. It goes with chicken.
Agreed.
That's something that I would. Now that's something I would try. Yeah, rib tips. I grew up on that, so it's
Respect. It's a meat thing.
And it was it. It was like, as the kids, yeah, you guys get the rib tips. You don't get the ribs.
You kids get the rib.
That's what. You can't appreciate the ribs yet.
How insulting. You idiots don't know good food. Here's the rib tips, losers.
Yeah, now you can get rib tip dinners.
Yeah, you can. You sure can. Let's close it out with a few dessert options.
Oh, goody.
You mentioned Oreos early, so let's wrap them in bacon.
No, come on, dude. What are you, just making stuff up? No.
As someone who likes to, dabble with the herbal from time to time, this is something that you make during it. And MTV used to have a show about this back then as well.
Dude, how many doobies you got to smoke to want a bacon-wrapped Oreo? What are you on a different planet?
I'll say 4.
I mean, Evan would have to grade that out. Like, if you've ever seen what we term slot machine Evan in Vegas, he's about 13 gummies deep.
Buffalo.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he's probably rocking 1,000 milligrams at that point. So if you've reached slot machine Evan, fine, bacon wrap Oreo. But I'm going to say no to this. These are all disgusting, by the way.
And then the last thing,
I just like Rico's poverty rib tips. You kids aren't smart enough to enjoy the ribs. Take these,
David. Yeah, but it was. I've seen that, but it wasn't Oreos. It was the Little Debbie oatmeal cream pies with the bacon.
That's even worse.
Oh my God!
wow. All right, well, let's close it out with the smoked cinnamon roll.
Yeah.
Do you want to explain?
Yeah, it's just saying you're smoking the cinnamon roll.
No,
Light
is this
cherry or pecan wood adds just smoky goodness.
Smoke
to
it with the
cinnamon roll.
PB&J. I'm
Oh,
all in.
no. See, I've seen it where you unroll the cinnamon roll, you put wrapped bacon in there, and then you roll it back
It's
up.
just simply just put it in the smoker and it doing its thing.
I thought about doing that once. And by once, a few times.
Considering the offensive nature of this entire list,
It's just the simplest thing.
I will say that fine. You broke me. I'll say yes to this.
Right, just kind of like the desserts where you but see, you unroll it, you put the bacon in, you roll it back up, and you cook it.
No.
You wouldn't try it?
No.
Just one?
No.
Okay. Just one little bite, little Mikey.
Okay, here comes the airplane.
Well, that is my attempt.
Yeah, your attempt should be drug tested.
Some last minute ideas. Get outside and
or you
get
keep
some buffalo rib tips.
Yeah, well. Or you keep it simple. Really? Yeah, Mike. It was. Yeah. Don't even think about the rib tips.
I think I might bring in some PB&Js tomorrow.
No.
We're all going to be trying some.
We're good.
You kids are scumbags. Enjoy the rib tips.
Corbin, for you, if I'll put a PB&J on the smoker just for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Let me know how it is.
No, I'm not eating. You're going to eat it.
Oh,
Not
even
me.
better.
Please move on.
97.1.
All right, check this out. $495 a month. That's all it takes to finally get your basement finished. Think about it. For just $495 a month, Matrix can transform that unused space, that unfinished space, into an awesome fam cave that you've been waiting for. Where you can have a great new bar with a fridge, the ice maker, cool shelving to display the memorabilia, bourbons, or whatever it is that you love.
They still running that deal? You get the ice machine, they throw in a stripper pole?
If that's a part of your plan that you want, Mike, tell us you know what? You led into it. Tell us your vision. We'll build it. Visit matrixbasements.com to schedule your free in-home design consultation today. It all starts for just $495 a month. Matrix Basements, built for you.
All right, David, a couple of ticket texts, and I do want to bring up this college football thing because Rico and I, we have an organic disagreement on what it means, and I'm interested to see if A, people care enough, but B, if so, whose side they'd be on here. It's coming out of SEC Media Days. But David, just a few texts after that grotesque list.
Yeah, someone says David must have got that list from a crackhead. It's all horrible. That is Scott in Carlton.
That was bad.
It felt like the stadium food bit that we do every year.
The grilled PB&J you cook just like a grilled cheese in a pan. It's unbelievable. That is Jack in his driveway.
All right, well, I don't eat peanut butter and jelly.
You don't?
No, I'm an adult. Who eats peanut butter and jelly? Kids.
Oh, no. I mean, I just thought maybe you just never liked it, but you
No,
ate it as a kid.
I loved it as a kid.
Okay.
I mean, I might have like one a year, but like, who is like, if I'm going to use my grill on a 75-degree and sunny day, do you know how far down the list you got to get to go, oh, yeah, let me throw a PB&J on it. What are we doing?
Hey, Mike, you know what? I'm going vegan. PB&J, please.
David, please.
David is reading the Potheads Midnight Cookbook. That is from Richard. Someone else says, I love this segment because of all the laughs. This was some wild stuff.
That's just a crazy list of but again, it's fine. I appreciate the creativity. All right.
It was, yeah.
College football. Now, the last 48 hours has been filled with headlines featuring SEC might break away. Have you seen these? Okay. So basically, Greg Sankey, the Tony Petitti of the SEC, has kind of intimated multiple times if the SEC does not get a bill passed through Congress that they particularly enjoy, the Save College Football Act thing that is not going to pass, that they would break away, that they don't need the NCAA, that they would take their ball and go home. And on surface, the easiest thing to do is go, well, you do that, you toothless hillbillies, because the Big Ten has won the last couple national titles. But I think it's something different than that. Because I think what Sankey's doing, and this is where Rico disagrees with me, I have said it's hurtling towards the Big Ten and the SEC, both leaving together and forming a super league. And it will leave the Big 12 and the ACC and everybody else behind. Now, in my world, it'll fully just cement the death of college football. I'm not interested in seeing a 32-team version of college football, but the networks would. But you disagree is that you don't believe this is to try to smoke Petitti out a little bit and put pressure on the Big Ten to kind of link up, because I truly believe these two men are the biggest asswarts in college football. The two commissioners are network shills. I can't stand either of these guys. I truly believe they both look around and they go, all right, we don't need nobody else.
Right.
We got you. You got us. The networks are going to drop a bag. Who cares about the damage caused? I won't be around for it. You think it's actually different.
I do. Here's why. If this were a few years ago, I would agree with you and say, okay, we're going to take the Big Ten and we're going to go and start our own thing. But right now, I think because the SEC, Mike, will let you know, hey, we may not have won the past couple of titles, but we're still the SEC and we're better than everybody else. To get the help of the Big Ten means that you need their help, which means that you can't stand out on your own. The SEC's main card was, we're the best, and you damn well know we're the best. And if you don't pay us, we will leave, take our ball, and go home. In order to take the Big Ten with you, you have to admit we're not the best. You actually are. Could you please come and help us and help us out? You could be our Robin. What do you mean, Robin? We're Batman. We're winning titles. You're now Robin.
Well, the problem is if they put each other on equal terms in this deal,
yes,
they kill everybody else.
No, you're right. The SEC will never put the Big Ten, especially in football, on the same plateau as they are.
I don't know that they have
will
a choice,
never
Rico.
say, yeah, we're equals, because they can't.
They don't have a choice. They're not winning the biggest prize.
I understand.
And I understand it's cyclical, and I understand you weren't just going to win them all in perpetuity. Look, I still believe the sport is headed for what I described. if you don't believe this is a part of that, do you at least believe it eventually ends up in 32-team Super League, Big Ten, SEC?
Yeah, I think what's going to happen is you're going to probably end up with 40 teams because teams like Notre Dame's going to be like, no, you're not leaving us with them. Take me with you. I'm on this lifeboat. And Clemson's going to be like, I never liked the ACC. Please take me and Miami, showing up with a suitcase at the door. Please don't leave us. I do think I think that happens, but I don't think the SEC's pride will allow them to say, we need somebody else in order to pull this off. They've always done hey, you don't like us, we'll take our ball and go home. Now, okay, you can go home. We got the Big Ten here. They're better than you right now.
See, I disagree with you because I think they've already shown us and shown each other that they need the Big Ten. Because all of this Save College Sports Act and all of this stuff, and they disagreed on what the language should be and what it should be about. When they went to go meet with Congress, they went in arm in arm. Mm-hmm. The SEC already went in with the Big Ten because they know this is who we are. We have to agree.
Yes.
So let's go in there and talk to them together. They've already admitted that they need the Big Ten.
David, that's to try to get a bill passed. That's not for money. Because when the money comes up, the SEC is going to want a bigger share of the pie, and the Big Ten is going to be like, the hell you going to get a bigger? No, we're equal. No, we're not. We're the SEC. We'll get 60%. You'll get 40%. Okay, that's not going to work. So until they swallow their pride and say, yes, 50-50 down the middle, no. But, Mike, to what you're saying, yeah, I do think a 40-team super conference where, ironically enough, football goes back to the way it was because we'll put 10 teams regionally in places in the country, and they'll just play each other, kind of like the old, Big Ten and Pac-12 and all of those different things will happen. And I think at that point, Mikey comes back to the college football.
I will say this, and look, it's all about getting a bill passed. The problem, and this is where college football is very similar to a sport I love, which is horse racing. It has no central governing body with any teeth. Every state or racetrack is its own fiefdom, just like every conference is. You don't get anywhere. Like, I like some of the things that are being discussed. Like, for instance, there has to be antitrust protections, so you can't find golf course lawyers to continually rewrite college sports. That's a win. But the problem in all of this is these conferences, they only want what works for them. They want to limit their competitors, but not have the same self-limitation. It's like, and I can't understand it.
And that's why those two won't pull away, because of what you just said. The SEC wants what's best for them. If the Big Ten wants to come along and sit in the passenger seat, great. But the Big Ten and Petitti's going to be like, no. We want to drive. We're the best team right now. We're winning titles right now, not you. Well, we used to be. Well, but
here's the problem. This is the other problem, and it's the flaw of the sport. Now, I understand low-hanging fruit. People go, oh, well, everybody gets to pay players now, as if Big Ten teams weren't paying. Shut up. The whole point is, it's just boats and hoes now. Newsflash, the Southern schools, by and large, do not have the big wig alums. Okay? Yep. The Southern schools have guys who own car dealerships. The Big Ten schools have guys who run BlackRock. Like, it's just different. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, the SEC is not – like, Auburn is never going to be able to spend with U of M. Ever.
Brother, how about this? Not Auburn. Alabama.
Okay, fair.
No, because Auburn, you're going to be like, well, they were, they're kind of the Alabama's little brother. No. Bama. Bama is struggling because the players who used to go to Bama are going to Oregon, are going to Ohio State. Because they can afford it, because you're right. They have billionaires in the Big Ten, and you're right. They got oil money, car dealership money that used to be good enough, but not anymore. So, yes.
And there's another reason that you always refuse to acknowledge. You refuse to acknowledge this. And it's just right there for you. David is going to have it for you. Okay. It's very important, and you need to learn this lesson. No, it's okay, David. She's a hooer.
Yeah,
Two, she hit me. No, dude, nothing means nothing. Exactly. That's all this is now. Nothing means anything.
Right.
So the players who used to go to Bama to play for Nick Saban and be a part of the Crimson Tide and do their thing and probably get a car, whoop-de-doo. Yeah, now Oregon's paying $5 million.
Right.
You can't compete. So naturally, things are fugazi. But the problem is the SEC is the same league who doesn't support revenue pooling. That's crazy.
Which is why when it's all said and done, the Big Ten is going to say we're equal, or they may say we want more because we got more money. We have more billionaires than you do.
You enjoy your sport. I hope you're happy with what you did to it.
It is what it is.
You don't. Too? She hit me.
It's in the cocoon stage right now.
You don't.
It's going to be a beautiful butterfly when this is all over.
If we sent you to Guantanamo and we gave you that truth serum, you don't enjoy it anymore.
Oh, Mike, it's a beautiful sport.
You're such
maybe the best sport ever.
Yeah, you sound like the people on ESPN who openly lie every day.
What are you talking about? I love this sport.
Okay,
this is the greatest sport of. You mean to tell me Indiana winning wasn't the greatest story ever? It was Indiana. We're sick of all the Ohio States and the Georgias and the Alabamas. I give you Indiana. Kirk Cignetti, your guy. You loved him. He went out there and he was a real psychopath. You called that one before anybody else did.
Yep.
Take a bow.
Oh yeah,
you did.
I win a prize.
I give you grief for Scott Frost, but you were like, man, I'm telling you this, Indiana, and I was like, Mike, seriously, were you eating the smoked PB&J sandwich?
No,
like Indiana. No, Sean, Kirk Cignetti. He's a red ass. He's this. He's that.
Oh, he was a total psycho at JMU.
He pulled it off.
He did.
That's why we love this sport.
All right. We're good. Just wanted to give you the news of the day, people. 97.1. All right, David, couple of the texts. We'll get with the people. I just look, I genuinely, right? I know we joke about the NIL, the portal stuff, whatever. But this all leads to a different college football. It will not stay this way. And the SEC, look, they'd be tied up in court because of the TV deals, because of contracts that have been signed. Do I believe they could break away on their own? Do I believe a network would pay for it? Do I believe you'd have a huge swath of incredibly passionate people watching? Yeah, I do. But they know long term it's not the best path. But college football is not going to continue on this path. The Iowa States of the world and the Wake Forest and their smoking brisket trucks, they're not going to be around. And that'll be the death of college football because it just – do any of you truly want to see an NFL on Saturday? I don't think there's an appetite for that.
You don't. I have two questions for you, Mike. One is
Sure.
for the resident college football historian. But I'll give you that one second. Actually, I want that one. What was the stadium where what was it, the scoreboard fell down? Or
No. When they were doing renovations, Vanderbilt played an entire season where their scoreboard was being hung by a crane. And it was just suspended in air like the roof of Olympic Stadium.
That's what it was.
Yes.
But I wonder, and I think the TV money is kind of going to go away of like the housing boom and the tech boom and all of those different, the .com, where it's going to dry up, where you're not going to see everybody just flooding and saying, put this game on Netflix, put this game here, put this game there, where TV executives are like, wait, what's the
But do you know how they would do it? They would do it with the Super League. Because it would be Oregon at Alabama. It would be Michigan at, pick LSU.
Right.
It would be the best of the best of the best. The problem is you're homogenizing the whole product. Look, college football is magical because of upsets.
Right. Now, do the conferences, not the actual, but the actual academic conferences now sue because you're taking our name and you're homogenizing?
Wait, what was that word used?
Oh, sue?
Starts with an what was that?
Academics.
Yeah, what's that?
It's why you go to school.
You know it's not.
It's that piece of paper that you have
I
hanging
want
up
to
in your man
refer
cave.
back to Ralph. She's a who?
No.
There is no school.
No, not sports. I'm talking about the people who actually produce engineers and
they're
things
out.
like that. And they're going to be like, wait, we're the SEC. What do you mean you're taking our name and combining it and throwing it out?
Oh, is this like back in the day when you'd try to talk conference expansion and you'd have to listen about research dollars and who was an accredited university?
Yes.
That's all over. So that's all over.
So that's all I'm saying. Like, if you wait, what do you mean you're all just one super conference? Like, no, we are the SEC or we're the Big Ten. We're the ACC.
I think you can have the Big Ten and the SEC, but you're only playing each other. Rico, look, you could sort out the details, but the dollars for the networks are running the sport, and they don't care what happens in 10 years or 15 years. None of the people making these decisions will be around.
I agree. Because
so it's just get the money right now. Like, what do you think that TV deal looks like? If you could guarantee a 15-game schedule plus full playoffs, and every week you're playing Blue Magic, a brand name. That's the way they're thinking about it. People who love college football do not think that way.
You're right. Let me say this again.
Oh, man.
People in the back, in your good ear.
She's a hooer.
You're right. If that happens, then you're going to see what happened in the Pac-12 will be a microcosm of what's going to happen to college football, where all of a sudden the top teams just left and the other teams remaining in the Pac-12
Correct.
were like, wait, what are we supposed to do? Don't care.
It is what it is. That's just how it's going to be. You're left out. See you later.
Poor Wazoo.
Seeing Oregon versus Texas?
No,
Juicy.
but David,
Love it.
if that were to happen, then you're going to see teams, like I said, the Miamis, the Florida States, the Clemsons, Notre Dame will all of a sudden join a conference. You won't have to beg them anymore, because if not, congratulations. You're playing Louisiana Lafayette.
Why do you keep dumping on my Raging Cajun? My goodness. That's a proud program.
Okay, fine. You're playing Louisiana
Damn.
Monroe.
He just constantly kills Louisiana Lafayette. They got a great helmet set.
At least he didn't say East Carolina.
Hey, Come on, man.
Would they join the 40-team super
No,
conference?
They'd get left behind. The Boneyard would be shut. Poor ECU. What a great logo.
You can do the academics there.
Yeah, right. ECU, you keep a plant eligible. All right, let's go to Travis, 97.1. Trav, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me.
Sure.
Hey.
My question is, if the SEC, quote unquote, secedes for college football, I mean, what does that mean for the College World Series and the NCAA basketball tournament? Because if you look at it, the College World Series, the SEC hasn't lost a College World Series since 2018, and outside of Florida winning a couple years ago or last year, and the NCAA tournament, I mean, if you secede, I don't know how those tournaments would continue to allow you to participate if you're removing
Football would be its own thing.
Yeah, Travis, I'll help you with that. Nothing will happen. Football, as Mike just said, it's it. Other than that, you can do whatever you want. It's kind of how like conference alignments are in collegiate hockey, where you're like, wait, this team's a part of this conference? Yes, because they needed each other.
Fair.
No, and it's already happened where Notre Dame is a member of the Big East in basketball, but they're an independent in football, or I
think they're in the Big Ten in hockey.
Sure, it's just football is going to be its own thing, T. Like and I'm not telling you it's right, but we've already established. Look, this is the problem. You already have precedent of allowing teams to have certain rules for this and certain rules for that. I've never agreed with it. If you're going to have a conference and you're going to have these teams, they got to play all their sports in that conference. What did the ACC do? They bent the knee. Well, Notre Dame, they don't have to join the ACC, but they get to play 5 ACC teams a year.
They're
Why?
ACC-ish.
Right, but they're ACC in hoops, but just not in football. And then they're Big Ten in hockey.
They're the ACC 0. Just none of the calories.
Sure. We'll get more of this 97.1.
College football here. So yesterday we had a discussion on dark horses for the national title. What I want to do here is teams that can possibly make the playoffs. The first teams that can make the 12-team playoff. There are teams that have been in the playoff, but can they make this format? Let's start with Iowa.
No.
Iowa is, yes, replacing their offensive line, but they seem to always be around. And what else do you have in the Big Ten?
Can't score in a whorehouse. Not interested. Nope. Just no. Rico, please. You're our resident Big Ten slap.
No, I'm trying to pull up Iowa's schedule to see if they have a difficult schedule or not. But for Iowa, David, no, I always think just 8-4, 9-3, which I don't think will be good enough to make the playoffs. They're at Michigan, Ohio State, at what? No, we just no.
It's an absurd question.
No, they start off. They got the against Iowa State for their second game, but yeah, then they got at Michigan, Ohio State, followed by at Washington. That little 3-game stretch right there should probably knock them out of any playoff contention.
Next team on the list would be the Houston Cougars. They are returning, it feels like, 15-year quarterback Connor Weigman.
Yeah.
In the Big 12, though, what do they actually have?
Not a lot. And look, I mean, at this point, it's always what Rico says. Oh, but he was a 5-star. Dude, that was like a decade ago.
Thank you.
Always injured. He makes some insanely bad reads. But they have some of the better NIL available of the blue blood, non-brand names. Good home field advantage. You're returning arguably the most experienced quarterback in the conference. Without looking at their schedule, I'd say yes. Why? Because the Big 12 is so wide open.
I'm looking at their schedule, Mike. They start off with Oregon State, then they have Southern, at Texas Tech, at Georgia Southern, UCF, at Kansas State, Oklahoma State at home, at Utah.
Right. But what are they? New coach, new system. And as far as Tech, before people say they got no shot, who's playing quarterback for Tech? You spent $6 million on a kid who put himself at the Betty Ford.
Yeah. I think that they can, because then they finish off Cincinnati at home, at Colorado, who I don't believe in, at West Virginia, and then Baylor. Yes.
So I won't rule it out. David could have mentioned a number of teams in the Big 12. Big 12 is wide open.
Well, let's mention a couple other teams there, and let's mention Utah and Arizona.
I'll say yes to Arizona because of Fafita.
Yes.
I mean, you just have that type of quarterback, that experience, that explosiveness. Utah, I can't. New coach, new system. Whittingham bought the best players he could and brought them over. I'm just going to say no to it.
Yeah. Same here. Arizona, yes. Utah, no.
Yeah, it's tough for Utah when you have what you have, and then they have BYU on their schedule. TCU
the Holy
on their
War.
Schedule.
Get it right.
Those are supposed to be the tough teams in that conference.
Well, Arizona had us too. They're at BYU in week 2, so that'll let you know exactly how good Arizona is. You win that game, and I think the rest is kind of downhill after that.
Better than November, where it's like 20 degrees
Correct.
and rain. Yeah,
right. You get the scenic view.
But based on everything that you see in the Big 12 with Tech and their quarterback situation, new coach in Utah, all this stuff, that's a wide open conference.
It's fun.
Yeah.
I know it's not what it should be. I know Nebraska and Oklahoma and Texas aren't there anymore, or Missouri, or, the way it's supposed to be, but it's fun.
I laugh because I often say the Big 12 is, Mike, and you may agree with me, but if you took Ohio State and Oregon and Michigan out of the Big 10 and just said, you guys, go ahead, finish up the table scraps, that's the Big 12.
Pretty much. Yes.
So let's move over to a team in the
Kibbles and bits.
In the ACC, they received a transfer quarterback from Ohio State who was not playing there, but Lincoln Kienholz is now their quarterback there at Louisville. What are the chances that they can come out of the ACC? I mean, they do have a tough matchup to start the year, so we'll know who they are.
Yep.
They face Ole Miss September 6th.
Yeah, that's Sunday night at 7:30. We'll know exactly if they're any good or not. But, David, after that, I look at Louisville. They run a system. Brom's going to try to make this team competitive. He saw something in this quarterback. I'll lean on him because he's a little bit of a quarterback whisperer. He knows what he's doing.
They got Isaac Brown back, superstar running back who got dinged up last year. When he played, they were great, and when he didn't, they were ass. If they got him back, I'd give him a crack. That's one of the 5 best backs in America. I think it's Isaac Brown.
Yeah, it looks like he is back. Yes.
All right, then I'll say yes to it. I mean, that kid is.
It gives him a shot, right?
That kid's legit.
And here's the thing. This is one of those, they could actually lose their first game and still make the playoffs. Because then Villanova, SMU, Wake Forest, NC State, Florida State, Syracuse, Stanford, Georgia Tech, North Carolina, Pitt, Kentucky.
So let's move over to a local team. I don't understand how they're on this list because I just don't see it with the offensive play and the quarterback play, but Michigan.
David, all right. I know you're a passionate Michigan fan, and now you're in this phase of, like, hating your own team.
I just don't trust the quarterback.
Okay, but can we allow Bryce Underwood to get better? You know, this is the inverse of what this town does, where only our players get better and out-of-towners don't. Look, I thought Bryce Underwood was largely a disaster last year. I also didn't believe he ever should have been asked to play. I didn't think it was fair to him. Let me at least see him against Oklahoma in week 2 before I say they have no shot. I think their schedule is going to be tough. Mm-hmm. And I do look at the top of the Big Ten as much as I crack the conference. The top of the Big Ten is very good. I lean no. But if Underwood takes this seismic move forward, and they are a brand name, I could see 3-loss Michigan getting in, okay?
It would be 3 losses would mean that you have to beat either Oklahoma, Indiana, or at Oregon and at Ohio State. You got to win one of those games.
Sure, and that's what I said. Right. Let me see week 2. So I'm not going to write them off yet. I'll say yes until I'm given a reason to say no.
All right, you're fairer than I am.
Well, David,
no, Sparty.
No. David, I would say week 2 is it's going to set the bar, but you know when you come out and say you're going to be the best Wolverine ever,
he was taken out of context.
No, because they asked him to clean it up, and he said, "No, let me double down on that." So he was doubly taken out of context.
That was AI slop.
Okay.
Go Blue.
Yeah, that, and I look at the game against Indiana. It's going to be at the Big House. That's going to tell me a lot because that's the new measuring stick in the Big Ten. What can you do at home against them?
Yeah, let's move over to another Big Ten team, and I think it's make it or break it. USC.
Oh, I've had enough.
Yeah.
This is my Tarek Skubal of college football. I can't take any more with Lincoln Riley and USC. Wake me up after the deadline. I can't do anymore. Eternally soft, eternally bad late in games. Bleeper, get off the potty. I'm going to say no.
David, I'm going to say yes, because if you can't, no. This is like the Buffalo Bills last year. If you can't win it this year, you have to be fired. You start off San Jose State, Fresno State, Louisiana Raging Cajuns, at Rutgers. Now you got a real game. Oregon, but you got played at the Coliseum.
That's at home.
Right. You got the Huskies at the Coliseum. You go to Beaver Stadium for Penn State, at Wisconsin. You get Ohio State at the crib. You go to Indiana, Maryland, and then you finish off with UCLA. If you don't do it now,
you will never.
The UCLA game, hey, Lincoln, we're going to fire you before Thanksgiving. You can just stay at home.
You could actually reenact the Lane Kiffin tarmac firing. Or was that Sarkisian at USC? I can't keep them straight.
No, it was Lane got fired on the tarmac.
Cool.
Yes.
I'm out. I can't do it anymore.
Well, finally, let's lean in with Lane Kiffin then. LSU Tigers.
Nope. Not in year 1. System's not going to be implemented that fast. Sam Levitt, I like him. I don't love him the way some people do. And it's too much too soon. I'm not saying they'll be bad. But making the playoffs, SEC, no. Can't do that.
Let me check out their schedule real quick. No, I want to see. But yeah, normally LSU,
week 2,
LSU is all about disappointment.
Isn't it week 2 they're going to Oxford?
Yeah, I believe so.
You're going to need a Pope Mobile for that deal.
Yeah, that's the game that everybody wants.
Week 3. Week 3.
Yeah, week 3. Then they follow that up with Texas A&M and Kentucky. They got Alabama, no Georgia.
Both Alabama and Texas are at home.
At Tennessee.
Bro.
No,
notice this isn't the Big Ten. Look at that schedule. Man, there ain't no breaks.
That's at least 4 losses on this schedule. So no, I say no.
Think you're right about that. That is your College Football Blitz 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Cubs beat writer PJ Mooney spoke with Foul Territory about Scott Harris and the Skubal situation. Harris, of course, got his start as an executive with Chicago under Jed Hoyer and Theo Epstein. Mooney thinks Harris is more like Jed in terms of being data-driven and unemotional, who eventually traded away most of the Cubs' 2016 World Series key pieces at the deadline. The Tigers start a series with the Royals, who'll be without their star Bobby Witt Jr. and their manager for at least tonight as he deals with personal reasons. Troy Melton on the mound. You can hear right here on 97.1 at 640. College basketball writer Jeff Goodman said today that Ward Manuel tried to swing for a couple big names after Dusty May departed, but before hiring Mike Boynton. Boynton was a guest on that podcast and said that after May interviewed with the Mavericks, they had a conversation about whether he would want to be a candidate at U of M or potentially go to the NBA with him. Tony Paul, the Detroit News, says that the Cardinal in Plymouth has yet to start a multi-month setup for the Live Golf event set to be there next month in August. It's unlikely to happen because of that. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. So let's do this. Otto just played some audio that I guess it's interesting. I find some of this to be kind of stupid, quite frankly. Whoa, 10 games to go until the deadline. What do the Tigers need? Look at tonight. They're facing a guy Otto went to high school with. The Royals are starting semi-pro Newt Lelouch. Bobby Witt. You're going to pummel this team. You got 4 against the Royals, 3 against the A's, who are 4-17 their last 21 games. I'll say it again to you. I do not put any stock into what happens the next 10 games as to what I'm doing with Skubal, because it continues to be about what we talked about yesterday. They cannot keep Skubal and buy based on the luxury tax threshold. Meaning, if you keep Skubal and you buy, you lose Skubal for a 4th round compensation, not first. That is a nothing burger. Now, you could sell me, you keep Skubal, you trade a Jansen and a Finnegan, and then you go out and trade to backfill those spots with the money created on a prorated level and fix your bullpen. That's a lot of work for a GM who wouldn't make a damn move when you were in first last year. Then you got to weigh out the reality of this deal. Do you know what you've gained the last 10 games? Nothing. Because the White Sox aren't slowing down. And Murakami's back. And you know who got activated last night? J-Ram. So here's my question. You guys tell me. Look, I believe trading Skubal's the right thing to do. And yet, I believe you could maybe make a run at the playoffs. I don't think you're winning the World Series. I don't believe you're that caliber of team. Ergo, what's it all for? But if you can be swayed in the next 10 games, tell me what they need to do. And if you think I'm being a crab ass because it's the Royals and the A's in 7 of those 10, I don't care. You can call them whatever names you like. But I don't care about pummeling the worst teams in the American League. That's not the barometer for this team. The barometer is, do I believe they can go toe-to-toe with the Dodgers, with the Braves, with the Phillies? Do I believe they could beat the Yankees? Do I believe they'll beat a last man standing in the American League? I do not. And I'll be honest with you. I thought Chicago would have slowed down by now. And I thought Cleveland would have fallen off harder without J-Ram. And there was a time they were without the top 4 guys in their lineup. I don't know that it's this guarantee that you get in this thing. Not impossible, but I wouldn't say it's a better than 50% shot. And knowing the luxury tax thing, that if you keep Skubal, you really can't do any buying. What do they need to do over the next 10 days? Because look, the reports today from whoever Jesse Rogers is, this is what I mean about ESPN. What are they, just digging up garbage in the yard? and pulling weeds and going, here, you write an article today. Who's Alden Gonzalez?
Bro, they firing everybody. So if you can write, we need you.
Somebody find a booster seat for Tim Kirkchin. Where's he?
Oh, boy.
My whole
Tim Kirkchin.
Is Peter Gammon still with us? So look, I just
good bull.
You know what I mean? Good old 1863. I'm asking you guys the question because the Tigers are going to hold out as long as to do what? If you're basing keeping Skubal and losing him for next to nothing on beating the Royals, that makes me question your aptitude for the job. Of course you should beat the Royals.
Right.
No Bobby Witt, another manager, and a guy who used to play at Sub Sandwich Field is pitching tonight. What, are you kidding me? Frank Dubnyk. What?
Yeah, when you look at I always laugh because you hear the whole, but we're only 4.5 or 5.5 games out.
God, with six teams in the middle.
And that's it. When the teams are playing each other, you don't gain anything, whether you win or you lose, because somebody ahead of you has moved ahead of you further. And the other thing, and I told you this pre-show, and I'm normally not the transitive property person. I get it. You can't do it in sports. It works in math, not in sports. But I hearken back to something that you said when they played the Phillies. You said, you know what? That's playoff baseball, right?
Well, yeah, because their pitching was lined up and so was yours, and it just felt playoff type.
Right.
So why? So what are we?
Because I've been watching the Phillies take on the Dodgers, and the Dodgers said, let me show you World Series baseball.
Yeah, look, the Dodgers are a whole different animal.
I understand, but looking at the two, wow, they showed you what playoff baseball was like, and the Dodgers was like, that's cute. Just watch this.
Yeah, I mean, there's three teams in the NL that truly, to me, are just different, and it's Atlanta, Milwaukee, and the Dodgers. I think you got some decent. I think the Cubs are decent, but let's be real.
Atlanta's like Detroit now. The bullpen is good luck.
Well, and again, all teams are going to buy, but basing your decisions on, I had 3 games against the Angels, worst record in the AL. I got 3 against the Athletics, second worst record in the AL. I got 4 against the Royals. Oh, just check my notes. Tied for the second worst record in the AL. If you're basing your Skubal decision on that, I can't help you. There's nothing I can do. I told you, I'm actually grateful that I leave late next week. And this deadline will happen, and I'll just be all in or all out. I can't believe we're even having this conversation. Regarding playing the Royals, and that's the barometer. That's not the barometer. Plus, when you break this down, it's you're not chasing one team. You're kind of chasing 2 teams in the division. Forget about the Twins. Let's say I just grant you the Twins are going to sell, even though they have a better record than you. They're going to sell, and they won't be a factor. You got to overcome Chicago and Cleveland. And then in the wild card, 6 different teams, including whatever team doesn't win the Central will be in the midst of that wild card. One of the wild card spots is not for grabs because that's going to be the Yankees or the Rays. And those teams are exponentially record-wise better.
Right.
So then you go, okay, I got 2 spots. Now look, the West, it's kind of the same issue. Hovering around 500, you got Texas and Seattle. Let's say Houston sells. You want to take them out of that wild card mix? Fine, 5 teams. The problem in all of it is you can't really scoreboard watch until September or unless you just go on a run like the Red Sox did.
Right.
But could you make a lot of hay playing this compost heap before the deadline? Sure, but isn't that filling up on empty calories?
It is, because today when you got the Minnesota taking on the Guardians, okay, what are you gaining here? Because both teams are ahead of you. So that's where, if it were just 1 or 2 teams, you could scoreboard watch. But now, you got to go to the whiteboard and okay, we need this to happen along with this, and this, and this.
I don't know. I find the reporting to be exhausting, frankly. We ignored it all day today until right now. I don't even need to watch tonight's game. You have Melton, and they have a guy who's going to be working at a tire shop. It's over. You win. You win all these games. They're bad with Bobby Witt, but without him, it's hopeless. Yeah, you should win 4 in a row. Why would that materially change my position that the best thing for the long term? And let me say this. It's 24 hours later. I haven't simmered on what Scooble's comments were yesterday. I think that's part of my problem, too.
Which one?
It was all of it. Okay. I mean, I knew something was wrong with my elbow, but I didn't tell the team because they took me to court. Wah. The fan thing, the we should buy thing, the report that seemed so needy. He's telling his friends he desperately wants to stay. I know that's coloring some of how I feel, but I'm trying to just keep it on the level of if the guy is expiring and he's going to leave, and I'm 6 games under 500 today, when you have to be talking to teams. You're not going to this isn't a movie. You're not going to cobble a Scooble deal together in 6 minutes and 1 stick of gum. I'm trading him. It's what's right for the franchise. And I have the pitching necessary to move forward. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's a weird space to be in because I think the listeners are tired. I think we're tired. I can't speak for the other shows. I know this show does not receive calls from people who are all in, amped up, excited. We can make the playoffs, keep Scooble, YOLO. We don't get those calls. Again, I'm not speaking for other shows. I'm not speaking that we are the only barometer. I'm just telling you, if we felt there was a groundswell of people who wanted this team to keep him, we could approach it differently. I mean, do you? And does the next 10 games really alter the coloring book? Like, cool, you beat the Royals. And? Because I still go back to yesterday's conversation about that luxury tax item. If you keep Scooble, but you can't materially add, what the hell's the point? And do you believe you have a GM who, by the way, has done nothing at this scale? I do go back to last trade deadline. Rico, I can't help it. They were in first place. And this guy decided, nah. And now he would have to, okay, keep Scooble, trade multiple pieces away to save prorated money, to then go back to the trade desk, make another you're talking about Scott Harris having to make 4 to 5 moves at the deadline in keeping Scooble. Does he seem to be the type of GM that is going to do that?
No. Because
okay then.
No, because how you're still stuck on the Scooble comments.
Guilty. Guilty as charged.
I'm still stuck on the whole, I don't want to be haunted. Did you just say that?
He did.
Really? That's your job. Uh-oh. Okay? You can't keep everybody. And this was what you were actually winning, and it looked like you were a bona fide have. So go act like one. Go add to this team. But what if I get rid of somebody and he becomes really good? Well, that's just the job.
It's life.
Okay? So that's where I don't expect him to make moves like that. He showed me, because I had gave him the benefit of the doubt over the Erod thing. Like, you know what? Circumstances outside of him, he got played a little bit. He'll learn. Last year, training wheels were off. He showed me exactly who he was.
You know the other problem? For me, I'm not speaking for listeners on this. How much, at least by the reporting, how much 2024 has altered the brainstem of this franchise and maybe some fans?
Bro.
Like, so you had a Pixar movie, and now that's what we're always going to refer back to as we make really serious decisions. Like, that's like saying you hit it big at the casino one night, ergo, I'm going to go back 100 times. Like, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm. No, but it's the reason why, you wear your lucky socks, because when I wore them this one time, my team came back from winning.
Like, there's a piece of me that says, okay.
It will forever be ingrained in this culture. Just it's one of two things that I don't think fans will ever forget. They won't forget that, and they won't forget the 7th inning of last year's 15-inning game.
And can they do? Of course they can do it. I'm not here to tell you they can't. But is it more probable that they will win the Central or will not? That's all I base this on. There are no feelings when you're doing this. So it's really interesting. Otto plays the audio, or, the shows before us did a lot of Scooble today. We handled it yesterday. That luxury tax thing is a very big storyline because keeping him and buying, that's going to require several moves. And if you do keep him, I'll be the first one to tell you have to buy.
To answer your question, I think 2 years ago, everything is based off of that because
that's so messed up.
You can sell hope because you could say it wasn't that. You're not talking about 84. You're talking about 2 years ago. This just happened, guys. So we're not giving up because remember, all of a sudden, Javi goes, he gets the surgery. We left the team for dead, and then voodoo happened. Don't let the Tigers get hot. And they got hot. And not only did they get in, they won a series.
Right. My point is getting hot against the singular worst teams in the American League. The Angels, the A's, and presumably the Royals this next 4. What does that mean again?
It doesn't mean anything, but you can sell the hope.
Okay. That's fine. Look, I
And
told you.
That's why I felt that way yesterday of they're not going to do anything, and they're going to say, hey, come and get on this magical ride 3.0.
And I've told you this now for approaching 2 months. If that is what they choose to do, it is their prerogative. I'm not angry about it. I'm unemotional about it. And I'll watch the games, and we'll see if they can creep in. But if you keep Scooble, and you don't buy, and you miss the playoffs, people should lose their jobs.
Fair.
That's my terms. Now, I don't own the team. But, man, if you have that trade deadline last year, and then you handle this deadline this way this year, and you miss, or let's say you make it but lose in the wild card round, why should you have a job? But again, I know, it's Cialis City. It is post time at Saratoga, everybody. Got a nice race 8 coming up here. Frank Miramati on the call. I like the 4 in this race, Rico.
Okay.
All right, let's keep it moving, shall we? Take care of some business. Let's see how race 8 shakes out at the spa.
Gray horse?
No, it is not. I'd rather stand behind Rico's vehicle and let him run me down than do what I'm about to do. Because the words Tarek Skubal spoke again have just left my mouth. David, as the Skubal turns.
Yeah, Tarek Skubal spoke to the media.
By the way, the 4-horse won at Saratoga.
Good for the 4-horse. Yes.
Let's keep
It's what we do up in here.
All right, take it easy. Go ahead.
Tarek Skubal, quote, I think we have a chance to win the World Series. I've said that since spring training. That's never changed. That belief in this team has never changed throughout the season. Obviously, we put ourselves in a tough situation, but I think we've come out of that situation playing really good baseball. He continues. Going into spring training and the whole off season, I've never been more motivated to try and win a World Series for this city. The team that drafted me and helped develop me. That's always been the goal, and that will never change unless I'm told I'm on a different team. Then he continued later on regarding the surgery and says, the way the surgery went is exactly how it was supposed to go. I don't know if remarkable is the word I would use.
So he wants the team to win the World Series with him.
The problem I have with this, I'm just going to tell you when he says going into spring training and the whole off season, I've never been more motivated. Were you that way when you decided not to get the MRI before the season started? Because motivation to win the World Series means you need to be healthy completely. And you went out and you weren't. And then we had a bad May because you were out. I'm not saying he was all to blame for what happened in May, but you're not there. You're the best pitcher on the team, and it happened because you decided not to get an MRI in the offseason.
Mm-hmm. Can I offer you what I'm bothered by? Besides all of it. Like, if you want to know what I'm bothered by, let's just say general existence. Now, let's hone in on something. Can you read the part which you may have well as said, love me, hold me, hug me? The whole want to win it with the team that drafted me. With the team, I want to win it for this city. Really? The very team that couldn't get you to the table? Mm-hmm. You know, the very team that has been harpooned by your agent on the regular? The very team that the guy you're allowing to rep you smears left, right, and center? Like that team? I'm avoiding yelling because nobody riding home wants to hear that, and they've had a hard day at whatever job they're working. It's 75 and sunny. I don't want to do that to them. Traffic's bad enough. I'll just throw the number out, and 248-539-9797. I said this to Corbin and David behind the glass. I don't know if you were paying attention. I hate that I'm right. I hate myself.
I heard you.
I did. It's happening exactly the way I said it would. He is going to continue to shake his ass on the corner until that deadline. It is just, why do we have to keep hearing from you? Just go pitch.
Same reason why you had to see him courtside at every game.
I was just about to bring that up. This guy, what he is doing is the most con artist stuff I've seen in a long time in sports, because the whole elephant in the room, Tigers can go on and win the World Series in October. The elephant in the room with him at the end of the day is, okay, are you going to be here come time spring training next year for the Tigers?
No.
And he won't be. And that's the thing that irritates me is he knows that this team is in a very weird situation, especially heading to the deadline, and he's making it all about himself. Right. Like Rico did. Oh, I got a bell. Yay, I made it. But it's like Rico said, when you were there courtside, taking pictures with Greg Campy in the Oakland locker room. No other Detroit athlete does that. If you wanted to be here, you would take any deal. Obviously, get your money when you can, but come on, man. Enough's enough.
Yeah, this is turning into all about me. Plain and simple. Like, he might as well talk to Angel Reese and find out how to get me bounds, because it's all about me. You want the team to win, but you didn't want to go and get the surgery done before the season so that your team could win. And when you were gone, the team goes 6-22 while you're gone. Maybe they could have been a little bit better so they're not stuck in the wild card quagmire that they are in. But I want to help these guys out, and you need to buy, and you need to do all of this stuff. But I don't want to sign a long-term deal here, but I just want to go out and be loved by this city. Like, I'm fed up with the same thing you are, David. Just, you had an opportunity to step up and do all of those things. And yeah, I'm gonna harken back and kind of like in the playoff game, you decided, nah, I don't want to. I want to do it my way.
Yeah, where is his motivation then?
Right.
Why are you just now? You should have been motivated then when you had the lead. You had it.
You
stay in an extra inning or two.
You right. If you're all about this team, it's called sacrifice, Tarek. Okay, it's not easy, but that's why it's called sacrifice. Try it.
But he wanted to be in a game against the Phillies in the middle of the regular season. Sure.
Right. You throw a tantrum. Yeah, don't. I'm with you. You're right. Let's just.
I don't know. I almost feel guilty. Like, should it bother me the way it does? I don't know. Like, should I just be able to tune it all out and just say, hey, to hell with it, go win a bunch of games, let's make the playoffs? I don't know. I predicted it would go down this way. I hate that I'm right about it. I'm not enjoying it. It's making me like the team less. I'm not asking anyone to agree. I'm not telling you not to enjoy your ham. Do whatever you like. I'm
the whole
sick of this.
While you're going around to all the different games, go get the surgery then.
No, it's like you say how much you love this team and how loyal you are. And it's like you let your agent give you no shot at coming back here. And second of all, if you love the team, you hid an injury from him. And you just put it in print yesterday. Mm-hmm. Like, yeah. I what I would like to say, and I'm not mad, I just want to alter something Corbin said. I don't know that con artist is the right thing. How about disingenuous? It's a more polite, but still very direct and non-complimentary word. This is so disingenuous. Just come on, man.
Because he comes out yesterday with that, or that story comes out yesterday.
Right.
And now today,
got to tell you how much he loves the team,
right,
and how he always believed.
Ignore that. I do love you guys. Like, no.
But look, the problem is the team plays into it because they don't want to deal him.
I think the team deals with it, Mike, because they're hoping that he comes back. So I don't want to rock the boat. I don't want to tick him off.
Comes back.
Well, he signs the deal.
What deal?
The one that's probably on the table.
There is no deal on the table.
Well, if he all of a sudden says, "Guys, I don't need $400 million. I can work with you."
Hey, that ship sailed. I mean, I hate to break that to you. When you hire Scott Boras, he had every opportunity. He could have said, make me a Tiger for life. He could have, in an offseason where they vaulted to the luxury tax threshold, where they were willing to pay Framber Valdez's overrated ass $38 million, where they were willing to give Kenley Jansen $18 million. Rico, if he wanted money and he wanted to be a Tiger for life, he could have put the screws to his agent and said, make me a Tiger for life or you're fired. He didn't do that. He was too busy knowing something was wrong with his elbow and not telling the team and then calling the ambulance because he had to go to court, a.k.a. arbitration.
Brother, you're right.
No,
I'm just trying to find a silver lining here.
There are none. The silver lining is I need the 3 or the 5 and a nice double at Saratoga.
That's
silver lining, everybody.
You know what? Let's go 5.
That's silver. Hey, 5 happens. You get lunch for the month.
All right.
All right, good talk. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls. I'm doing my best, just keep an even keel with this stuff. But when David whispered gently in my ear, Scooble spoke,
you knew it was going to be good.
I just was like, oh, God. 97.
Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew Pavlik and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer, and they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. How? They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you some money. So stop in, check out their massive inventory of 2026 Chevys. The selection is best right now and ready for immediate delivery, including the July Rico deal. A new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 as low as $249 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton Chevrolet right now with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Guys, you know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them I sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
All right, we're going right to the people. I hope I did a decent job with that. I'm just can't take any more with this guy. We'll go to Brett, 97.1. Brett, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, dude, I'm doing all right. I'm loving you guys. I just got out of my car. I'm sitting at home watching on TV now.
Oh, beautiful. Well, thank you for joining. Take it away. Floor is yours. What do you want to say?
This could only work with a real GM and not a Scott Harris executive. If Dombrowski was here, this is what I think he would do. Trade Glaber, Skubal, Hanley, and Finnegan right now, package all them prospects that you can get, and go get that Miller dude from San Diego and a Rise from San Francisco and let it ride.
Well, I mean, I don't know about all that, but how about this? Bring it back to center. When you hear what Skubal said yesterday, and again, the only quote we have right now, we don't have the audio yet. I don't know. I hope he was asked about, hey, that whole not disclosing the injury thing. The point is, Brett, where do you stand with Skubal? Are you just so done with him you want him gone, or are you able to ignore all of this and go, look, he's our best pitcher. We need to keep him.
See, that's just it. I'm kind of strange when it comes to this. It's not Skubal I don't like. It's his agent. And right now, I truly don't believe he's our best pitcher. If I was going into the playoffs, the way he's been pitching since he's come off, yes, he had a great one the last time.
Yeah, but it was the Angels.
But I would rather start Melton or Montero.
I mean, the Melton thing, look, he's forming himself into Skubal's replacement, quite frankly, Brett. So, yeah, I hear you. And again, look, he dummies the Royals tomorrow night.
It's the Royals without Bobby Witt Jr.
It's just it's the Angel. None of this, teams that want him, want him. Teams who don't. I don't think anything materially happens here. But, I'm not, he's got to pitch well against the Royals. Dude, the only way you lose is if he pitches terrible. And guess what? Teams will still go and get him.
Yeah.
Let's go to Gio, 97.1. G, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, guys. Hey, the way I look at this thing is, let's look the next 3 to 5 years, whether we trade and get some good prospects or starting players, or the next 3 to 5 years if we let him walk. And I'm going to take the next 3 to 5 years by trading him.
Yes. That to me that's just the move you make. And it was kind of, if you weren't going to be in a command position, if, let's say you were the White Sox and you had a 6.5 game lead over other teams, or we're not having the conversation. But when you went all in the offseason, and some of it's your fault, some of it's not, you are where you are on July 23rd. Yeah, Gio, you got to do what's right for the organization, because the problem is they can't keep them and be buyers, not without making a series of cost-cutting moves around that. Is it impossible? No. But Scott Harris is yet to show he has both the appetite to do so and the skills, quite frankly.
And the value you can get for that one man that pitches every 5 days or so, I just think it's a no-brainer.
I would agree. And as I've said, Gio, I haven't insulted people that want to keep him. I haven't made fun of anybody. I'm not mad about it. I totally understand if you go, Mike, I don't watch sports the way you do. I can ignore all the things he says. And honestly, by the time baseball's back in 2028, I don't care. Cool. What have I said for months, Rico? Guys, you do whatever you want to do. No yelling, no screaming about it. All I'm saying is zoom out from trade or no trade. I'm tired of hearing him. I'm tired of this. He continues to want to get sympathy and be the good guy when you're not.
So if we readjudicated things that Mikey hates the most talking about, would he now move into the number one spot?
It's not even close. It's not even close.
You would move the Wings to number 2?
This is Usain Bolt racing a collection of goats. Yes. This is not.
This is your boy Secretariat in that race
in the Belmont, 1973. Yeah, he's moving like a tremendous machine out of town. Yeah. This by a country mile. Let's go to E, 97.1. E, how you been?
Hey, I've been good, man. First and foremost,
it's that time of year, man. I'm going all in with the Tigers. I believe we should be buyers at the deadline. Go get a right-handed batter. We do that, and then we will make it to the playoffs. If we make it to the playoffs, look at the Knicks in the NBA. They was the 4th seed in the East. If we get to the playoffs, I believe that we can play Milwaukee or the Phillies in the World Series, and then go 7 games and beat them in the World Series. That's my personal belief. And I want to give a shout out and say rest in peace to my guy Kenny, man, because this is that time of year where we usually talk about Madden and talk about EA Sports, college football.
Yeah.
And I can't wait. That 2027 is live, y'all. Y'all should get it in remembrance of him. Y'all should try to play that Madden this year because that Madden going to be out cold. The college football is real nice. Unfortunately, he's not here no more to battle with me and talk junk about it, but it's there. And y'all should go get that.
I appreciate it,
worth
man.
the $60.
And look,
go blue.
There you go. I was waiting for it.
I was waiting for that too.
It wouldn't be a call from you without that. I was waiting. I had to make sure you got that part out. And look, you're all in. You go do your thing.
He's got a folding chair down in Woodward.
No,
ready
but
for the
but
parade.
that's fine. And I've been consistent. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm tired.
And as I said, for some
I'm
people,
exhausted by the school stuff.
enjoy the magical ride 3.0.
David, can I take another call? All right, we're gonna roll with calls. People are up in arms now because he talked again. And by the way, I'm waiting for the rest of the reporting, and I know you're plugged in. I'm not. Just tell me someone down there asked about.
Corbin is actually out there working on it now, so we'll see if he was asked
There
about
was
it.
he spoke for 10 minutes.
If he spoke for 10 minutes, 8 of the minutes should have been, why did you hide an injury from the team? 248.
So yeah, we're trying to see
Okay.
what was said.
Oh, who said it? All right.
I want this team to buy.
Tarek. All right, we'll get with your phone calls, and we will do our damnedest to get that audio turned around ASAP. 97.1. Baseball fans, look, if you think look, everyone's going to hit a home run tonight. The Royals, they've got Al Bundy on the mound. So FanDuel, Dylan Dingler. Sure, I don't know. Dingler hit 4 homers. They've got profit boosts on whole home run bets. You go to FanDuel, do your thing. If you're going to watch Tigers tonight and that's your deal, go for it. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan. That's FanDuel.com/Michigan to make your free pick on who's hitting a home run tonight, namely everyone. 21 and up, present in Michigan. No purchase necessary. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, you call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. What the hell is this,
So
David?
I wanted to try to have a little fun because pre-show we were watching some interesting barbecue videos.
Oh, God, come on, man. We had time to kill. We had the show planned.
We did. So what I want to do here is go through some different ideas for barbecue because we have a few days left in the summer here. So let's enjoy. Let's start with some breakfast.
No.
The beer can breakfast burger. Form the ground beef around the beer can. Stuff it with whatever you want, eggs, cheese.
All right, we're going to get back to
bacon.
your calls here. I just want
Now
to
you
check
have
with
a
David.
beautiful
David, no
breakfast
pressure.
sandwich.
I know
I'm
we're
gonna say
working
no.
to turn
I'm not
around
interested
some
in
audio.
using the grill anymore.
Anything from the
So
10
leave me
minutes
out of that one.
besides what he said.
Yeah, we're about to put it in the system now. He was asked a question about the January report, the MRI thing. Interesting exchange, I'll just say, and I'll wait for the audio for you to hear it.
Fair. Once you get it, I don't know, yell in my ear, just throw a chair at me. Just let me know we're ready. And until then, I'm just going to get to the people. I'm going to go to Tim 97.1. Tim, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Michael, how are you?
I'm all right. I'm annoyed, but I'm okay.
I'm more annoyed than you, I promise.
Okay, fair enough. What do you got?
I listen to you guys every day. You're awesome. If I was Scott Harris, this is real simple.
Okay.
Okay, Tarek, we hear you want to be here. We'll give you 5 at 250. What does he say?
No.
No and no. 100%.
Yep.
So what are we talking about?
That's now. Okay, let's just stop there for a second. Let's not even get hung up in the numbers or the term or the years. Just I love your angle because I'm a Curb Your Enthusiasm fan. I love the Spite Store. There's no world I'm allowing my franchise to be the bad guy here. There's no world. Oh, you know what report would leak out next? We offered Tarek a contract 2 weeks ago, and we got the phone hung up on us. See, I would love that, Tim, but I don't think that's going to happen. I love where your head's at, and if I own the team, that's what I'd do, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, negotiate a bigger contract and buy the team.
Yeah. Oh, sure. I'll be doing radio until 3084. The point is, Tim.
Or we just need the 5-horse dinner.
No, hold on. It hadn't raised that one up yet.
Okay, we get the 5-horse to win, Tim. We buying the team.
But you agree.
The 5's 12-1.
Right.
I look, the 5's 12-1.
Correct. And listen, I mean, the 3 is fine enough, but yeah, the 5 pays some balloons here on a double, Timmy. We're shooting for some value here in the finale. The point is, Tim's not wrong. Like, if Scooble's going to keep going public and doing what we deem to be disingenuous stuff, you know how easy it would be to say, hey, we reached out to Boris. We offered, a 5 at 180 with opt-outs after every year. Let him shoot it down. Then it puts a stop to this.
It does.
There's no world I'm paying him $400 million. There's no world I'm doing 8 years, none of that stuff. My point is, you wanted to be here. We made you the highest paid lefty in the game long term. Whatever, cool. What do you want to do? But they're not going to do that.
You're right. I would even go, I'll split the difference. I'll give you, 5 at 200. There we go. Let's go.
You make it look right.
Mm-hmm. And you can opt out if all of a sudden we're not winning enough for you. You can leave.
David, no pressure. I don't want you to feel like I'm leaning on you here. Do we have the audio just for the Uh-oh.
Still waiting for it to pop up. Hold on, let me listen.
Man, I'll tell you, I'm a lip reader. I can't believe what he just said to Corbin. That is unbelievable. From a pastor?
I can't believe what he just said.
My God. Okay, so he was asked about knowing something was wrong with his elbow from the report yesterday
by
Stavenhagen. Right. Let's take a listen. So just so I'm clear, your words on the record, and you're mad at people for having common sense. Okay. That's fine. I'm not offended. He can be mad. He can call out whoever he wants. My point is, if you don't say these things, no one can respond to it.
Yeah.
You're your own worst enemy.
Yeah, that's why yesterday I was like, Source? Well, Source was him. This was you. I don't think Cody was making this
He
up.
said, hold on. Don't make me pull up the quote again.
No. So that was.
He said, I knew something was wrong. And the arbitration probably factored into my decision to not say anything. What? Help me understand how any fan, forget about us, right? We're two pinheads. We're the bad guys. How could anyone draw anything out of that beyond the obvious? And then a day later,
So
go ahead, guys. Please.
No, Wojo asked the question. So yes, shout out Wojo, and we got this from Brad Galley. Put it out on the net, courtesy there
on the line.
Now, yeah, he's like, yeah, I don't want to talk about it. Like, dude, this came from your mouth. You said this in a piece that took 6 weeks to write. Like, what are you upset about? Well, it was. I don't understand now. I'm not going to play this game with you guys. What game? You're the only one playing.
The thing that I enjoyed, because I was fortunate enough to go out there and pull out that soundbite from the Brad Golly clip that he put out there. It's about 8 minutes long if you want to dabble with it on Twitter. Up until that point, it was softball after softball after softball for questions. And I'm a big body language guy no matter what. His tone was all, oh, we're having fun. There was some player in the background who shot something in the garbage. He was like, oh, nice shot. The moment he got asked that, it flipped like that. You could tell he got a little squirmy. He didn't really want to deal with it. That tells me everything about this particular situation he's put himself and the team in.
No, it's good context.
And Wojo asked the question.
And I didn't think the question was asked in a mean way. I didn't think it was.
It's from Wojo.
No, I'm just making a point. Like, I don't.
Right, I'm saying Wojo's not going to ask you a tough question. It's Wojo, and he's just like, hey, what do you have to say about all of this? And I don't want to get into it. And he followed it up, and then that was the follow-up answer.
David, you have anything you'd like to add?
I'm just tired of it. Like, these are your words, man. It was your words. You are quoted in the article, and now you're like, it's blown out of proportion. Blown out of proportion? Your words are blown out of proportion?
David, wait until the next time he speaks. He's going to say he was misquoted today. No, you guys misquoted me. We actually just played your audio.
It
was you.
It was AI, Rico. It was AI.
And Rico, you saying he was the source, you're the source, is the best thing ever because he's acting like someone is reporting, well, I heard this from something. No, you said this, dude.
It wasn't his agent. It was you.
Can I hear it one more time? And I'm
Sure
not trying to be gratuitous. I just want to hear it one more time to make sure before I say what I was going to say. I get it, but things are said about me that aren't true. You mean the things you said. Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to address those, and I don't know where that was going. Look, it's fine. To Rico's point, this wasn't an anonymous report or a source. To quote Rico Beard, the source was you. If you're mad at anybody, take it up with Stavenhagen. The quotes are in his piece. What else? What other inferences could we draw from that? I don't know. I honestly, this is why I find all of this exhausting. And it takes the joy out of watching them win because you're dealing with this. 97-1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. Tarek Skubal spoke today after quotes from him back in June surfaced yesterday about him feeling discomfort in January, but potentially subconsciously not going to get looked at because he had arbitration looming. He said his words were blown out of proportion. Does he want to remain a Tiger at the deadline? Audio Courtesy Brett Galley. The Tigers start a series against the Royals, who will be without their manager because of personal reasons. Troy Melton versus Randy Dobnak on the mound. The rest of the Tigers lineup looks like this: McGonigal, Torres, Keith at the top, Green, Dingler, Carpenter in the middle, Torkelson, McKinstry, and Outman at the bottom. 6:40 the first pitch here on 97.1. Javi Baez is back in the lineup for the Flying Tigers tonight. After today, he'll likely have his rehab transferred to Toledo on Saturday. Jackson Jobe will also throw again this week for the Seawolves. Patrick Kane is inked a 2-year deal with the Blackhawks. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
Oh, and by the way, number one story on ESPN.com right now. Skubal wants to finish season with Tigers, win World Series.
Let's go!
No, and again, I just find it really laughable that a guy who isn't going to be here and has the most difficult agent in the league to negotiate with and basically does not want his client here in Detroit is continuing to say how bad he wants to be. Like it's crazy to me. And his comments about, things that are said about him aren't true. I mean, dude, take a number. You're a public figure. Take a number. Second of all, you're the one who talked to Stavenhagen on the record. You made those comments. Now, if Tarek was responding to an anonymous source, yeah, I'd understand a little bit of his angst.
Yeah.
That's very annoying that something anonymous would be thrown out there. This wasn't because the source was you. It's all very strange to me. That's all. I don't know, man.
Like I said, I think bottom line is he does not want to be the bad guy. He wants people to love him all the way until he's finally done here in Detroit.
We had a caller bring it up, man. I would love to read a report in the next 48 hours. Tigers tried, offered him another deal, got shot down. Like, I would love that. If and again, I have no idea. I mean, Scott Harris is in a bunker somewhere. Chris Ilitch can't even address the Yzerman thing. You're not going to hear him on this. I just would love to know, truth serum style, how organizationally they're dealing with it, because I would be very annoyed by all of this. If I ran the team, I'd be very, very unnerved by it. But whatever. Hey, they're taking on the Royals with Jeremy Otto's roommate pitching tonight, so that'll be exciting. They're going to drill this team. I'm going to go to the callers?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to bring up DJ, and he's going to say the words hocus pocus. DJ, what's going on? I know it's coming. You're doing that hocus pocus thing.
What up?
What is the oil can? Or?
Hey, my dog. Hey, listen, Mike, I called in last week, bro. I told you, my man. He trying to oil can the whole city. With my favorite show of all time, with a Sanford Son race, he's doing a 3-finger drag the thumb on top. That time Lamont got the cars took him from him that time, and Fred had to come in and save him. Scuba's putting the 3-finger drag the thumb on top, man. He's playing in your face, Mike. That's why you're irritated about it. One thing I know about you, Mike, from like listening to you over the years and just paying attention, you know what it is, Mike? You are one of those people who do not like narcissistic behavior.
No.
And he's showing narcissistic behavior because I've called in with Doug and Gator. I've called in with you guys. And Rico, you've heard me say this before too. People who, and athletes, just people in life who have the me syndrome, where everything's about them. Number one, he's not going to see that he's doing it. He's doubling back on those statements because the me people, they can't even recognize or take accountability for nothing they did, even though he's the one who did it, because it's all about him. If it wasn't all about him, City of Detroit, he would have played that game for us and made it about the team. He showed you who he is. Everything is about him, Mike. That's why you don't like LeBron.
That's true.
Everything in life. I'm trying to tell you. Listen, dog. Y'all can fact check this. Bobby Brown and New Edition broke up. Why? Because Bobby made it about him. The Temptations, David Ruffin made it about him. I don't care what it is. Marriage, friendships, you and Rico's partnership with 971 The Ticket. The moment one of y'all get with the me, it ain't gonna work. And that's what's going on with school.
That's what
it's all about him.
And that's the crazy part is he says a lot of things that are said about him aren't true, but they're all based on when he talks and then how his agent talks. And it's like, just stop talking. Just pitch every fifth day. Say you're not going to get into your future and just pitch. That's it.
He can't because the attention has to be about him. Like LeBron, you know why people kill Bronny? My favorite athlete ever, Deion Sanders. I'm a huge primetime, but Shedeur got punished because Deion made that all about him. Bronny got punished because LeBron made it all about him. And that's what you don't like. You don't like narcissistic behavior, my dog. That's all that is.
Just play. I mean, that's and Deej, listen, he's a 2-time Cy Young Award winner. I'm willing to hear him on a lot of things, but it's been very clear for a while he's got Scott Boras as his agent. I don't think it's unfair to him to say you don't want to be here, or if you think that's unfair, that he might want to be here but won't be here. At that point, please spare me the other stuff about doing it for the team that drafted you and doing it. Dude, come on, man. Like, why are we doing this? Between the nursery rhymes from the agent, how about all the reports that you know Boras is leaking to his contacts in media, the Heymans and Nightingales of the world? Why are we doing this sympathy routine? Oh, he's desperately telling his friends how much he wants to say. What are we doing? Then sign. You want to be here? Be here. But at no point has there been a report Tarek Skubal fires Scott Boras, wants to be Tiger for life. Good. You want to be here? Be here.
I'm with you.
Look, and by no means it is not this level or scale, but like whether you do what we do for a living or you're in music or you do movies, man, as someone who negotiates for a living, has an agent, at any point, if you want to land the plane, you can land the plane. You can go to your representation and say, this is what I want. Do it, or I'll find someone who will do that for me. Like, if he wanted to be a Tiger for life, he could be here. And he'd still be rich beyond his wildest dreams. That report has never happened. So therefore, can you please just not do this? Could we just do that? Jim Costa calling while I'm on the air. Jim, are you aware what we do for a living? Big Finish style. Cookies. What's going on? Is he on the catio? What is this guy doing?
Just answer it.
No, I'm not going to do that to Cookies, but he's...
Jim, you're on speaker, live on the air.
Jim, you're live. I'll call you in 3 minutes. He must have forgot about the Big Finish. You know he's all hopped up about the Skubal thing.
Oh, he wants to talk Skubal, for sure, yes.
Oh, trust me, I'm expecting in about another minute and 20 seconds a phone, Jeff Rieger, popping up.
Oh, see, he knows you have a Big Finish, so
Right.
he's waiting to call you.
Can you believe this?
It's something,
buddy,
man.
hey, buddy, can you believe this?
David, a text or two, and then I'm done.
Text here says, I am so done with Skubal. Ship him out of town now. That is Rick from Canton. A guy who was on hold to talk had to hang up. He says, trade him. Gotta go, but we have to trade him. Thank you. Mike Enrico, how did Skubal misquote himself? He said, unless I'm in another team, but he meant to say until I'm on another team. That is Mike in Fenton. All I'm thinking while you read the quote is, then sign an extension. Then sign an extension, then sign an extension.
Right.
Until there is pen to paper, it's just hot air.
I think if you, and this is, again, this is not a independent Skubal thing. This is 90% of athletes. They're not good at talking. That's not their line of work.
Correct.
A lot, these guys would not pass the bar exam if they took it, okay? We're not dealing with academics. So I have to show them some grace. But this is the problem when the vast majority talk a lot. You say things and you're like, you stepped in it. That's my point. All right, Tigers 14, Royals 2. We'll talk to everybody tomorrow.